Good morning, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here alongside Drew Brummel. We got our first severe warning of the day coming in for portions of extreme northern lower Michigan. Let us know if you can hear me. Drew, feel free to speak up as well. He should be coming through.
Yeah, testing.
Yep, we're good. All
I think it
right.
should be good. Yep.
So this is what we call a wind bag moving in towards Charlevoix Petoskey at the current time. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued the severe thunderstorm warning for all of Emmett County and northern Charlevoix County until 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. At 10:46 a.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 8 miles south of St. James on Beaver Island to 11 miles northwest of Fisherman's Island State Park to 6 miles north of Grand Traverse Light, moving east at 55 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is radar indicated. And this severe thunderstorm will be near Charlevoix, Fisherman's Island State Park around 10:55. Goodart around 11 o'clock. We have Petoskey, Harbor Springs, Cross Village around 11:05. Got Pleasant View around 11:10. Pellston, Conway, Bliss, Petoskey State Park, Wilderness State Park, Bayview, and Odin around 11:15. Mackinac City, Carp Lake, Allenson, Brutus, Levering around 11:20. For your protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This is quite the Boeing segment here. Again, the hazard is 60-mile-per-hour winds with this severe thunderstorm warning. Anywhere in this Boeing segment here where you see these greens turn to cyans, these are going to be winds of 60 miles per hour. And that Boeing segment goes to show you that there is some sort of jet pushing in the backside of that storm, allowing this to pick up speed and intensity rather quickly here. There's also a waterspout possible within this special marine warning. That was recently upgraded as well. Likely, if anything, going to be kind of where this Boeing segment kinks back into the line. Because if you think about it, the winds are pushing forward and then they're curling around back into the backside of it. So you could have a quick little spin up water spout within the vicinity of Beaver Island at the current time. But the apex of these winds are heading up towards Goodhart, Petoskey, maybe a glancing blow to Charlevoix, but Petoskey, Harbor Springs, Goodhart, the Tunnel of Trees area, heading eventually towards Levering and Pellston here across portions of northern and central Emmett County.
I got the Charlevoix cam pulled up here. We can't broadcast it, but nice shelf cloud rolling in on the north side of Charlevoix, as expected with this type of storm.
Sounds good. That is Ryan in the background.
Once again, we'll be on the lookout here for power outages. If any are, that could come through potentially with this line segment here as it moves off to the northeast.
The good news, though, with this warning is it's only for 60-mile-per-hour winds. As Joel mentioned, there's a waterspout possible marine warning on the waters. So there is potential for this to rotate broadly, but overall, this is they're not concerned at this point in time for a tornado threat for these counties. So if that changes, we'll let you guys know.
And there has just been a mesoscale discussion released for portions of northern Michigan concerning a severe watch possible, 40% chance of a watch. Most probable hazard is going to be wind gusts of 55 to 70 miles per hour, northern lower Michigan. So that's going to be all of the northern portion of the mitten and probably perhaps portions of the eastern UP as well if this continues up towards there. I don't have the exact circle on it, but it's coming in here in just a second.
We're also watching behind the scenes here, looking at current data as it continues to come in. We were mentioning yesterday how today was going to be a very tricky setup and how things would play out. But now, since we're getting kind of live data kind of coming in right now, that makes our forecasting a little bit easier because then we can actually use that to make judgment calls and stuff like that. So it's definitely very humid across the state. Dew points are in the low to mid 70s across the majority of lower Michigan right now. So we'll be on the lookout here as the day goes on for potential for more severe weather. As you guys can see, we already have a severe thunderstorm warning for Charlevoix and Emmett County currently as of 10:54 Eastern Daylight Time.
And if you're just joining in, feel free to hit that like button. If you know anyone that's living up here in Charlevoix or Emmett County, or if you yourself are visiting, feel free to hit that share button as well. You're helping out your fellow Michiganders. We'll be live here as these storms roll across northern Michigan this morning, eventually heading up towards Mackinac Island, the Mackinac Bridge, and Bob Lowe Island as well. So if you know anyone that is visiting the island today, these storms are eventually heading that way. So please be on alert if you are in Mackinac Island. That's probably be closer to around the noon time frame. Again, these storms are racing off to the east-northeast, about 55 miles per hour. So these will be definitely into the Mackinac Island region by around noon, maybe sooner. So you have probably an hour to prepare yourself if you're along I-75 there, especially south of the bridge through Sheboygan County. Sheboygan itself, Bob Lowe Island, St. Ignace, Mackinac Island, all these locations that a lot of people are visiting. Please be on alert within the next hour for some strong damaging winds moving through. Again, this bowing apex here, where it bows out the most, is where the strongest winds are going to be. And right now that is within the vicinity of where this box is on your screen. So heading up towards Goodhart and Harbor Springs with glancing blows possible to Petoskey, Bay Shore, and Charlevoix. As you can see, they're all included in this orange box. That is your severe thunderstorm warning. And as a reminder, that is in effect until 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. If you are in southern Charlevoix County, the chances are you likely did not get any sort of alert. Again, these boxes on your screen, these severe thunderstorm warning boxes are polygon based. They're not entire county based. So if you're in East Jordan, Boyne City, Boyne Falls, you likely didn't get an alert on your phone. That is the reasoning there, because the orange box is north of your location. It could still get pretty gusty. These storms do extend down towards the northern tip of Leelanau County on your north port. But the strongest of the winds are going to be extending a little bit further north of you guys.
The text of that mesoscale discussion is a 40% chance of a watch issuance. It says isolated strong to locally severe winds are possible through midday. A well-organized small bow located over northern Lake Michigan will continue to develop eastward into northern lower Michigan. Enhanced vorticity within the moderate southwest flow ahead of the shortwave over the Midwest. Goes technical, basically. Basically just saying that the storm complex may remain intense throughout the northern part of Michigan, and additional warnings, perhaps a watch incoming for the very far northern counties of lower Michigan. This is the only complex currently, or any storm really currently, in the state of Michigan we're tracking. Further downstate, radar is clear at the moment, but that could change as the afternoon rolls on, as we build the heat of the day in. Additional pop-up storms, and perhaps even line segments like this one, be possible. I know Joel has the official forecast. He did all the data looking at this morning. So we'll get into that here once this hopefully calms down a bit. But for right now, the focus is on severe tracking.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be kind of a 2-for-1 coverage morning here. We'll have a briefing likely at the end, which I'll have to set up some of my products for. But once these storms do roll onto Lake Huron, we actually might be live for a decent bit. Honestly, we might not have a briefing until probably closer to 1. These storms are rolling off to the east at 55 miles per hour. However, that east-northeast movement would put it into Mackinac Island and portions of the southeastern UP near Drummond Island eventually, probably by 1. So we'll probably be live for a little bit tracking these storms. But again, impromptu briefing coming at the end of this live coverage later this morning or afternoon. Shout out to Red Dozier real quick with a $20 super chat. It says, good morning, Ryan in the background, Joel and Drew. Thank you for that, Red. Good morning to you as well. Thank you for supporting operations here at MSC as always. Appreciate your support. Also, further down the line, we do have a little bit of stratiform rain moving in. I'm curious to see if that's actually hitting the ground, or if it's evaporating before it hits the ground. There's a lot of dry air mixing in out there this morning. But again, any sort of rain this morning into the afternoon is going to hinder severe weather probabilities just a little bit, as that will drop the Cape values, which is our overall instability in the atmosphere. However, it will also make the atmosphere a little more humid, so it's kind of a trade-off. So something to think about. It's also working against dry air, but it's also bringing in more moist air. Again, dew points out there right now are in the mid-70s, as Drew mentioned.
For today, I think, in my opinion, our two biggest helps that will be for today will be mesoanalysis 1 and 2 satellite. Those two things are going to be pretty important here. Throughout today, just keeping an eye on radar, seeing where storms could develop. Once again, the whole entire portion of lower Michigan is any marginal risk. So that means anywhere in lower Michigan could see a pop-up storm that could go strong to severe. Once again, we're not expecting anything too crazy today, but we'll go more in depth about that later on.
Good news right now for this special marine warning is, or in the severe thunderstorm warning, is this line of storms is still over the water. However, it's quickly approaching Goodhart, as a reminder, at 55 miles per hour, moving in within the next 5 minutes. So yeah, that's going to be that tunnel of, I believe that's the tunnel of trees area up there. Scenic route along the lake shore. So please be advised, trees may start coming down. So if you are in this neck of the woods right along the coastline, again, those winds are gusting at 60 miles per hour moving in. Those will bring down trees. You want to be taking shelter in a sturdy structure until these storms have passed. So Goodhart down to Petoskey here in Emmett County. And this is live radar as of 11:01 a.m. This is what is happening out there at the current time. Storms from Charlevoix all the way up towards the Brevard area in Mackinac County, making aim at Emmett County at the current time, also northern Charlevoix County, as denoted by this severe thunderstorm warning.
Again, as Ryan mentioned earlier on, there is a shelf cloud with this line. So if you guys are out and about taking pictures of that shelf cloud, feel free to send it to us. Send it to our Michigan Storm community page. If you have any pictures or any structure to show us, please send it to our Storm community page, Michigan Storm community page on Facebook. Any reports of severe wind damage or anything like that, please send that to a report page, but only do so if it's safe to do so.
Update to the special marine warning. It looks like they got rid of the waterspout possible, so now it's just back to severe winds at the current time. Again, that Boeing segment right there on your screen is heading into the bay, kind of portions of the north side of the bay there in Petoskey, right between Goodhart and Petoskey, the strongest of winds. Anywhere you see those cyans on your screen, that's going to be winds near 60 miles per hour, so keep that in mind. Apex of the bow, Goodhart down to Harbor Springs and Petoskey, eventually heading towards Pellston, Levering, and eventually, if it continues to move a little bit more northeast, towards Boblo Island and Mackinac Island. Mackinac City, Sheboygan would also be included in those severe winds if they can continue to push a little bit further north. Here's to see what the METAR stations read up here. Dew point is, well, temperature is 77 with a dew point of 72 at Pellston. 76 in Harbor Springs with a dew point of 73. Charlevoix has a temperature of 81 with a dew point of 75 right now. Very, very humid out there. Down near Gaylord, 80 with a dew point of 74. Bel Air, 83 with a dew point of 76. Grayling, 82 with a dew point of 77. Have not seen any 80-degree dew points yet, but they could be creeping into southern Michigan later today, especially as we are in corn sweat season now across portions of the Corn Belt. You can see all these orange numbers on your screen are your heat index temperatures out there. So we have 98 heat index in Grand Rapids, 99 in Sparta, 98 in Lansing. There actually is an over 100 already now in Mason. 102 at the it says Jewett Field, which is an airport there in Mason. 98 Howell, 99 Flint. Over by Detroit, still a little cooler, in quotation marks, 93 degree heat index there. 100 down in Three Rivers, 99 Benton Harbor, 95 up here in Big Rapids.
I just stepped outside. Can confirm it is bad.
He's down here Ryan's down here in Lenawee County. Nearest station for you is either Ann Arbor or Adrian with a heat index of 93 or 94.
Either way, it's bad out there.
Mm-hmm.
my at-home station, the heat index on my other station says, there it is, says 99.
Yeesh.
That might be in the sun, though.
Direct sun, though, yeah.
Yeah, heat index, if you guys didn't know, heat index is actually measured in the shade. I got the Charlevoix cam pulled up still, and it is getting rocked right now with winds.
I believe it.
Looks like that main bow is just about to hit land here.
Yep.
Just northwest of Harbor Springs by Goodhart.
Yeah, we're about T-minus 30 seconds till the rain moves on shore. It's probably already windy here, so keep that in mind. Goodhart, the time is now. Should be already taking shelter. Again, if you are traveling the tunnel of trees up here in Emmett County, be advised trees can come down. You do want to be taking shelter in the nearest substantial structure if possible. Yes, Bois Blanc Island is pronounced Boblo Island, according to chat last night. So if you're confused, you can thank chat from last night. Main story right now is these severe winds of 60 miles per hour moving into Emmett County, northern Charlevoix County as well. Secondary threat today is the heat. If you are anywhere in southern Michigan, eastern Michigan, heat index value is well over 100 today. Some places could get close to 105 for heat index value, and it's already just past 11 a.m. and we do have a couple places that are already at 101 and 102 in the Lansing area, down by the state line as well. So you do want to be staying hydrated, taking multiple breaks in the shade, in the cool air, inside from the outdoors whenever you can. Do not stress yourself in the heat and avoid heat stroke.
Joel, we have an update to the warning. There is now a possible tag for a tornado.
I was thinking about mentioning that just because there's a little bit of a kink here. It's just south of Goodhart. Yeah. So that does make sense. Has not updated on my side yet. We'll see it probably popping in just a second. So you heard Ryan, if you are in central and northern Emmett County, be on alert for a possible tornado now. Likely in the vicinity of Goodhart and Petoskey, points north, I would imagine. Unless these cells further down the line to the south also, because we do have cells that are merging from the southern part of the line. They're moving in a direct south-north direction to get pulled into that line. So we'll have to see. We also have the northern portion of this bow where it is wrapping back in to watch out for as well. So this would be rural portions of northern Emmett County. So tornado possible now, 60 mile per hour winds remain. Yeah, they added special text in their warning text here. It says, intense thunderstorm lines can produce brief tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Although tornado is not immediately likely, it is best to move to an interior room or on the lowest floor of a building. These storms may cause serious injury and significant property damage. So they are upping their wording on this right now, and I believe it. This is quite the Boeing segment we have moving in towards Emmett County right now as we speak. It is now on land. Goodhart down towards Harbor Springs. Harbor Springs will be about 2 minutes away, and it's racing off to the east, as a reminder, at 55 miles per hour. So if you're in the US 31 corridor from Petoskey up towards Allenson, Pellston, Levering, less than probably 20 minutes. You also have Mackinac City, the I-75 corridor from Mackinac City down towards Topinabe and Indian River within the next half hour. If you are on Mackinac Island, Bob Lowe Island, near Sheboygan, probably within the next 45-ish minutes. Again, this is a line of storms you don't want to mess around with. So please be taking shelter. Closest substantial shelter So obviously not a trailer if possible. If you are in a trailer, interior room, lowest floor of the building. If you don't have any interior rooms, a bathroom with a bathtub is going to be your best bet. Otherwise, usually closets are interior rooms, even though they're pretty small. May just be your saving grace. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning on your screen, that is that orange box, you are in the threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado. Hail, not really much of a concern, maybe up to pea and marble size, which is under a half an inch. Main threat right now, though, is 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado. Goes for everybody in this orange box. We'll side by side the reflectivity with the base velocity here. Left side of your screen, base reflectivity is the intensity of the rain that is falling, sometimes even a hail. When those reds turn to pinks, the yellows to greens to blues is moderate to lighter rain. And on the right side of the screen, you can see reds and greens ongoing. That is the measurement and the intensity of winds. So the direction and the speed at the direction these winds are going. So the brighter the greens, in this case, is going to be the stronger the winds. And these winds are heading eventually towards the radar site in quotation marks. It's technically off to the north of the radar site, but it is still a direction, still kind of heading towards the radar site by technicality purposes. So these bright greens are a sign of damaging winds. Also, please take note that these winds on radar are at about 3,000 feet off the ground. So anything below 3,000 feet we can't see because of the curvature of the Earth, radar beam combination. Again, as it goes out from the radar beam, shooting over the curvature of the Earth, and that beam is at about a 0.5 degree elevation angle. So both of those two factors combined, eventually the angle across the Earth eventually gets higher and higher with time.
Once again, we're watching for power outages here behind the scenes. This line segment is just hitting land. So we'll know here shortly whether or not these winds are fully mixing to the ground, but I'd only imagine that they are just based on how things are via meso-analysis right now. I will note, too, we still have power outages from last night's storms in Wexford County and Grand Traverse County, which I know for people that if they are without power, that's going to be really unfortunate just based on how humid and how hot it is. So hopefully they'll get that power restored as soon as possible. We appreciate our crews out there, but definitely something I just wanted to mention quick. If these storms do cause to knock out your power, this heat and humidity will still be in place, and tomorrow won't be near as significant, but it'll still be there nevertheless.
Eventually, these storms are going to be rolling in towards our, well, kind of towards our Wolverine cam. Maybe a glancing blow. Curious to see what that looks like right now. I'm going to pull it up behind the scenes.
I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, give me 1 second to pop on my screen share. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Joel, just how, because this line has just kind of continued to pop up additional showers and storms. So I'm definitely interested to see if we have additional convection potentially in that southern end of that bow.
I'm doing this wrong. I had it backwards. My camera's been on the whole time on the wrong thing. Try now.
Yep, there we go.
There we go.
In terms of storm positioning right now, you can see from the Wolverine cam, just some clouds moving by at a relatively quick pace. Storm is now directly over Goodhart. Harbor Springs within the next couple seconds. Petoskey still got about a couple minutes. It's in Charlevoix. Up next will be Levering and Pellston as this bow continues to push out at a relatively quick pace of 55 miles per hour. Cloud tops at this location pretty high up, close to 50,000 feet. Nothing's really popping out that says super strong rotation, which is good, but as mentioned in the text, tornadoes can quickly form and quickly dissipate within a strong bowing segment like this underneath the storm, underneath the radar beam itself. So keep that in mind. 60-mile-per-hour winds, possible tornado or tornadoes within this line of storms as it's roaring across Emmett County right now. Directly down East Robinson Road is the main road here where the apex of that bow is at. Also, West Van Road and West Stutzmansville Road. Crossing over a north-south road of Larks Lake. We got Teal Road up towards, that's also Larks Lake. Eventually Canby Road as well. And Pleasant View Road up next. Across the area, we also have Chatterton Road. So pretty much all these roads in north central Emmett County are under the gun for these gusty winds of 60 miles per hour within the next couple of seconds to minutes. And if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you should be taking shelter in the lowest floor, interior room, lowest floor. A basement obviously is going to be your best option. If you don't have a basement, lowest floor is the next best option. Away from windows, any exterior walls with trees next to them, as this line of storms is likely bringing down trees. Power outage wise, again, this is not consumers, so I don't know what. You might have to use the outage.us site.
I'm on it. Currently 0.
Okay.
For both counties.
Good news there.
It'll be moving into more consumer energy territory shortly here.
Yeah, once it gets towards the US 31 corridor from Carp Lake down to Levering, Pellston, and Allenson. There's a tiny little portion here of Emmett County that is not consumers energy, so you can't see it on the map. Glad to help out Ellie. Saying if you hadn't notified me with this storm, my daughter would be on Stutzmanville Road right now. It's good to get the alert out. Appreciate that comment, and hopefully she stays safe out there as these winds are continuing to roll across at 55 miles per hour. It continues to impress. Like, I mean, look how far back that bow is now. Kind of looks like it kind of literally looks like a C.
Backward C.
Backward C, yeah.
Once again, we're not going to answer specific locations. I'm seeing a few further south, like Flint and other places, and Alpena. We're only going to mention your town if it's actually currently in a threat. We're expecting scattered storms just throughout lower Michigan. So once again, that marginal risk is there for SBC. So really anyone in lower Michigan could see a storm, and we're always watching things here behind the scenes. Even when we're tracking this line, we're looking around the state to see if there's anything else worth tracking. So if there's something that we'll see, we'll mention it. We'll mention it during the live stream here and let you guys know.
Lanson, got it. These pronunciations just Lanson. Let's replace the A with a UH. Pause it here. Apex of that jet right there. Yeah, portions of north central Emmett County still not really affecting any cities. However, Pellston is directly in the way of this Boeing segment, and Levering as well. The main two cities at the apex of this bow at the current time. So heading right for the Pellston Regional Airport. Wonder if there's any cams out of Pellston.
Yeah, that central portion of that line just continues to surge forward.
Yeah, that.
It's like it's trying to outrun like the northern and southern portions of it in a way.
Mm-hmm. It's a very localized rear inflow jet.
Yep.
About 10 square miles probably wide. Still anywhere up and down this line, even if you aren't at the apex of this bow, still expect some gusty winds. As a reminder, that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for all of Emmett County as well as northern Charlevoix County too. So Charlevoix currently underneath the storms. Bay Shore, Petoskey within the next couple of seconds, I would imagine, if you guys haven't gotten the wind yet. Just trying to avoid Petoskey, but I believe you guys are going to get some rain here in just a second. So Alanson, Pellston, Levering all up next along the US 31 corridor. If these storms continue to sag a little bit south, Boyne City could be clipped. Yes, Lower Michigan is anywhere. Oh no, Lower Michigan is the entire Lower Peninsula. Upper Michigan would be the entire Upper Peninsula. So yeah, that is correct.
Looks like we have additional cells trying to fire in Antrim County. Right now, they're not strong or severe, but we will be watching those here as they continue to move off to the northeast with this line segment.
Latest update puts the apex of this bow right over the airport and Pellston downtown. So Pellston, you have a couple seconds to be taking shelter from these winds. 60 miles per hour. Waiting for velocity scan to come in. Also, curious to see what this next scan says. Okay, it's gone there. Yeah, I'm watching the top portion of the bow, right where the apex is at. For some red and green mixing, that would be where there could be a little rotational couplet. Very weak though, directly in the vicinity of the Pellston Airport. Also maybe a secondary couplet here just to the west of Levering by about 2 or 3 miles on Levering Road at Valley Road, about to cross over Pleasant View Road. These storms will continue towards Levering proper. Northern extent heading towards Mackinac City, Mackinac Island, Bob Lowe Island, and Sheboygan in the coming probably half hour now. This warning is in effect till 11:30. We'll likely see an extension into Sheboygan County, perhaps the eastern portions of Emmett County once again here in the next couple minutes.
Looking behind the scenes here, no new power outages yet with this line segment. Not saying we can't. Once again, we do have severe winds ongoing, so there's definitely that chance for power outages or trees to come down with this line segment. But looking behind the scenes, so far as of now, nothing yet. This line segment is now entering into consumers' energy territory here, so we'll kind of get more of a rapid update here, in my opinion. But we're looking behind the scenes here just in case if these winds do fully mix down to the ground.
See, scan-wise, these scans are currently rolling in at 2 minutes apiece. Latest velocity scan does continue a slight couplet on the north side of Pellston. So still in the vicinity of the airport and Pellston proper, between Pellston and Levering, essentially, right on US 31. There's also a tiny little town called Van. So if you are in Van, Michigan, that couplet is passing directly over you within the next couple seconds. Today's forecast, for those who are tuning in to try and figure out the updated forecast for today, that will be posted at earliest convenience after we are done with the stream. If you are a Patreon member, they were posted this morning already. So feel free to go check it out on Patreon, patreon.com/Michigan Storm Chasers. Optional to join. Again, those maps that were on Patreon will be shared with you guys, the rest of the public, as soon as we get done with this stream here, which will likely be probably close to 1, I would imagine. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning popping in right now. And I do see on the bottom right corner of your screen, it says a tornado is also possible. So they're continuing the threat for a possible tornado along with the 60-mile-per-hour winds. This will likely be for Sheboygan.
Yes. Just popped up on my end here. It's for like central and northern parts of Sheboygan County. And Mackinac Island as well. Looks like it clips part of the UP as well. I want to make sure I get this county right. Parts of Mackinac Island as well. Well, Mackinac County. And Mackinac Island. And that would be, once again, as Joel mentioned, tornado possible tag and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, same threats as the previous severe thunderstorm warning here.
Box takes a minute to get in on my screen. There it is. There's your new orange box. Says the new severe thunderstorm warning. So the full text reads, National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Sheboygan, eastern Emmett, and southeastern Mackinac County and eastern Upper Michigan until 12:15 p.m. Eastern. At 11:23 a.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Wilderness State Park to Pellston to near Petoskey, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So these are moving at 60 and gusting to 60. Radar indicated expect damage to roof siding and trees. These storms will be near Pellston, Mackinac City, Conway, Carp Lake, Alanson, Petoskey State Park, Brutus, Levering, and Odin around the 11:30 a.m. time frame, plus or minus about 5 minutes there. Also have Sheboygan, Mackinac Island, Indian River, Burt Lake, and Mullet Lake, 11:35 to 11:40. Sheboygan State Park, Topinabe, around 11:40. Aloha State Park, 11:45, and 9 Mile Point around 11:50. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in sturdy structure. Again, this is 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail less than 0.75 inches, and a tornado possible. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, main hazards. That does include Boblo Island, Mackinac Island, St. Ignace, Mackinac City. So big tourist spots up here in northern Michigan, right near the bridge, as well as the Mackinac Bridge itself, also in this warning. So if you know anyone that is visiting Mackinac Island today, please share the stream with them immediately. These storms are tracking right towards them within the next 10 minutes. But the main priority is making sure that they are safe inside and shelter. Unfortunately, obviously, when everyone is out on the opposite side of the island biking around, there's really no shelter out there. Speaking from experience, on the back side of that island, so if you go away from town, again, you're a couple miles away. So if you know anyone that's biking on the island this morning, tell them to bike faster and get to sturdy structure as soon as possible. The Mackinac Bridge is disappearing into the rain.
Looks like they issued a special marine warning now for Lake Huron now as well. Just popped up on my end here, and that would be for, let's see here, Blizzard, water spouts, and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Main threat with this line is wind, but once again, a spin-up tornado cannot fully be ruled out, as well as hail, but I would say probably damaging winds first, and then probably second, spin-up, and then once again, hail. But once again, these warnings aren't for severe hail right now, but could get some smaller hail mixing in with these winds here. Looks like they fully canceled that warning too for Emmett and Charlevoix County. Now it is for, well, actually it's still for portions of Emmett. It's the older warning, that the first warning that made us go live is now canceled.
I saw this right here for a second. I thought that was interesting. There's either a spike in hail, or that was just something else. But correlation coefficient, I think there might have been a little bit of a hail spike there. Let me go and check out our 3D scan. Yeah, there's a little bit of a hail core in there. Looks like it just dropped.
That's by the Pelston area, right?
Yeah. I just noticed, I looked at CC for a second. Something fell out of the sky, or something got lofted. I'm not sure which, but you can see right on correlation coefficient right side of your screen. We use this radar for non-uniform objects that might be tumbling around the atmosphere, whether that's hail or debris. And we had a quick spike here. The normality is the pinks and the purples and sometimes the reds. That is your uniform droplets. And for one scan and two scans, we had boom, boom, right across the Pelston area. So that was either a quick little hail spike, or perhaps, you never know, a quick little spin-up tornado hit. But in terms of power outages, now again, weak tornadoes may not bring down power lines, but if you do have damage south of Pelston, let us know when it is safe to do so. Correlation coefficient appears that we just had either hail or a little embedded spin-up south side of Pelston.
And looking behind the scenes here, still not seeing any power outages coming in via consumers. Once again, this live segment is in consumers energy territory here, and not seeing anything yet. Once again, that could easily change here. Still take this severe thunderstorm warning here seriously, not just for damaging winds, but once again for a possible spin-up tornado. The wind shear and cape, all the ingredients are present, so something to be mindful about as this line continues to move off to the northeast here.
These storms are in northern Michigan, so near Mackinac Island, Sheboygan County. So there's comments about the quality of the stream. Again, we are streaming in 1080p, 60 frames per second. So if your stream is not in 1080p or 60 frames per second, then it is on your end. Whether that is your internet or you're forgetting to change your settings, again, that is completely on your end. It is streaming in 1080p and 60 on my end. I'm confirming that behind the scenes right now. So make sure your settings are all updated. This is high definition this morning. Upgraded to 1080p this past spring, so you guys can see all the data in higher quality. Storms now into Sheboygan County, quickly approaching I-75, Mackinac City down to Topinabe within the next minute or two. Sheboygan next 5 to 10, Mackinac Island within the next 3 to 5, and Boblo Island within the next 10 as well. Indian River within the next 7 to 10. It's going to continue off to the north of Wolverine for now. We'll have to watch the southern extent, as the southern extent of this line is currently entering Petoskey. Finally. It took a little bit. Petoskey is currently now underneath the rain shield, as we call it. And a tornado
A new
warning
tornado
has
warning
been issued. I can probably imagine right where this is going to be. I can
Yeah,
see.
it's right where that area we've been watching.
Yep. There's a little notch. This is going to be crossing over I-75, so tornado warning now in effect. I believe it's going to be for downtown Sheboygan as well.
Yes. Yep, downtown Sheboygan. Yeah, newest scan does have an area of rotation just southwest of town. So if you're in downtown Sheboygan, I would, definitely be getting your sturdy structure, lowest floor, interior room. Again, tornado warning in effect.
Waiting for that to pop in. So this is going to be, there's your red box on the screen. Tornado warning now in effect for Sheboygan County. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued this for northern Sheboygan County in northern Michigan until 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. At 11:34 a.m., severe thunderstorms capable of producing both multiple tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Mullet Lake, or 7 miles northeast of Pellston, moving east at 45 miles per hour. It's slowing down a little bit, but the hazard is tornado. Radar indicated rotation is the source. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This storm will be near Mullet Lake around 11:40. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Riggsville and Sheboygan downtown. Sheboygan going to be on you guys within the next next 10 minutes. I would imagine that's at the speed of 45 miles per hour. So if you know anyone in Riggsville or Sheboygan, downtown Sheboygan, the entirety of Sheboygan is in this tornado warning. Feel free to share the stream, like the stream. If you don't know anyone up here, a like goes a long ways. If you're on either of the islands right now, take note the rotation is just south of you. So Mackinac Island, Bob Lowe Island, if you're on the Mackinac Bridge, it's just south of you guys right now. But again, rotation is possible up and down this line. If there were to be another spot here where there could be a spin up, it would likely be where 31 splits off from 75. Again, where that bowing segment, the apex curls back into the storm, we can also see spin ups there. But right now the main concern is with this little spot of rotation directly on I-75. So if you're on I-75, feel free to find substantial shelter. Do not park underneath an overpass. Again, an overpass acts as a wind tunnel, increases the speed by double, and you can get sucked out just as easily as is the case in physics. Again, it's kind of like if you were on a mountaintop. The winds, as they approach a mountaintop, they get squeezed together and they increase in speed before going through. It's the same thing with a bridge. Please do not take shelter underneath an overpass. If you are out on the road to have no substantial shelter, take shelter in a ditch. Lie as flat as possible. Again, tornado warning in effect for Sheboygan County. This is heading directly for downtown Sheboygan. So if you know anyone in Sheboygan today, please let them know. This is about 5 to 10 minutes away. And the center of this rotation right now is on Extension Road near Antkowiak Road, traveling right down Menard Road and Woderski Road, eventually towards Sheboygan. These are all east-west roads here. Crossing over the north-south road of Hill Road at the current time.
Joel, I will mention quickly here, we do have a power outage coming in right by the Pellston area that just loaded in on my side here, and Consumers Energy, about somewhere between 51 to 200 customers were affected, and that was right where that couplet area was located at. So either some sort of form of damaging winds or some sort of rotational winds or something caused that power outage around in downtown Pellston.
Yeah. If you know you live in this red box, please respect the polygon and take shelter immediately. This is a bowing segment with embedded rotation in multiple spots along the line. One or multiple tornadoes may be ongoing. Latest scan, unfortunately, on the reflectivity continues that hook. And we're going to wait and see what the latest velocity scan shows, because that is coming in just now. Tornado warning continues. Looks like they are... Oh no, it's just issues. Issued. Oh boy. The rotation has
Yeah, I picked
increased,
up.
unfortunately. If you are in
You can see it
Sheboygan, this could be perhaps a tornado on the ground very shortly. Again, this is heading directly for the south side of Sheboygan, downtown Sheboygan, within the next couple of minutes. Again, this red and green is increasing here directly on Wallace Road. If you know anyone in Sheboygan right now, you should be telling them to be taking shelter. This is not a situation to be playing outside on your porch trying to find it. It is possible that this may be embedded within a wall of rain as well, so do not wait to see it. Take shelter immediately. Basement is going to be your best bet. If you are in a mobile home, please try to find alternate shelter immediately if you have the time to do so. If you are in a mobile home and cannot, go to an interior room right now. If you do not have an interior room, bathroom inside the bathtub, covering yourself with pillows, blankets, a mattress over top of you, whatever way you can do to protect your head, please be doing that. Again, this might be a tornado on the ground here in just a moment. Correlation coefficient does have a little bit of uncertainty in terms of non-uniform objects perhaps tumbling around. It is on the top. It's a weird angle from this radar. So the radar is directly south. So there's a little bit of interference from the rain to the south of it. So what could be happening is the beam is kind of bouncing in a weird angle off the backside of the storm. So that could be false data right there in the blue, but we're looking for these blues on our correlation coefficient radar, which is currently showing for the potential for debris being lofted. So that's what makes it difficult in the situation. We're not entirely sure if that is debris or if that is bad data, but we can see at least on our velocity signature here where those reds and greens come close together and they're brighter, that is tighter and more intense rotation, and it has increased over the last couple minutes, and it continues to do so as it's heading towards Sheboygan. So again, if you know anyone in Sheboygan, feel free to share with them immediately. Main thing to make sure of is that they are safe, and inside an interior room. Basement is preferred. If you are on a top floor of an apartment, feel free to knock on your neighbor's downstairs apartment. Let's see if you can go inside. Otherwise, if you're stuck on the top floor, interior room is going to be your best bet there. Not sure why it says, someone here says tornado warning just went off in Charlevoix. Charlevoix is not in a tornado warning. This is just Sheboygan. Rotation does continue on the latest scan. Centered directly on Menard Road at Schmidt Road. Continue to travel down Menard Road, eventually in the Riggsville Road vicinity. Where is Riggsville itself? It does not show up on my map. I know it's in this vicinity. I believe this is, yeah, there's Riggsville Road. So it's somewhere just to the south of Sheboygan.
Once again, as Joel mentioned, the circulation just continues to get wrapped in more and more rain, so you are not going to see this thing at all. So do not go outside to look for it. Take shelter once again.
Yep. This rotation is now within 3 miles of downtown Sheboygan. If you are outside in Sheboygan, you should not be. Again, you are in a tornado warning. Please be respecting this polygon. You will likely not see it coming. This might be rain wrapped. You can see there's some sort of a rain shield here, and in fact the base reflectivity does show a little bit of that intenseness of the inflow getting pulled into the storm. So again, this is likely rain wrapped. Do not wait to see it. Take shelter now. Tornado warnings should be taken seriously no matter what level they are. This is a level 1 tornado warning. It has been trimmed, so I-75 no longer in the tornado warning. Continues for Sheboygan, Riggsville. Again, one or multiple tornadoes may spin up at any time if you are in this red box. Please be taking shelter immediately. I'm going to go ahead and update the 261 at 38 for storm motion vector. See if that did anything. Yeah, there we go. I was wondering why my storm relative was kind of weakish looking. That gives you a better idea of where exactly that's at. Crossing Inverness Trail Road, right on Menard Road at the current time. So this is going to give downtown Sheboygan a glancing blow. It looks like it's trying to skirt to the south of town. We have a new radar scan coming in just a second. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for this entire line, all the way from Mackinac Island down through Petoskey for 60-mile-per-hour winds. In addition to the 60-mile-per-hour winds, there is possible tornadoes up and down this line due to the shear vectors out there right now. In fact, we do have, of course, this area along the apex of that bow where the reds and greens are coming close together. That rotation continues and is now very close to downtown. Is basically on the doorstep of downtown.
Newest scan is loaded on my end. It looks like it is slightly weakened. It's still there, but
Yeah.
on my end at least, it's slightly weakened.
Center of rotation is somewhere in this vicinity of VFW Road through Lincoln Avenue, about to cross over Western Avenue. So it is basically in downtown right now. Zooming in, it looks like there is a lot of commercial areas through here on the south side of town in the vicinity of Lincoln Avenue. So a lot of houses as well, a couple apartments. We also have the high school, it looks like, Sheboygan High School. It looks like it is directly over the high school at the current time. So the tornado warning has been trimmed from western portions of Sheboygan County, continues for northern and eastern downtown Sheboygan, and continues off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And again, it is tourism season up there, so if you know anyone that's visiting from out of state, or if you yourself are visiting, or know friends and family from Michigan that are visiting, this is not a storm to be playing around with, especially with a tornado warning in effect. Again, anywhere in Michigan is susceptible for tornado warnings at any time of the year. So while it is rare to get them up this far north, it is not uncommon. And again, as you can see today, this tornado warning is literally about 15 miles down the road from Mackinac Bridge. For those who remember, the last strongest tornado that was EF3 or higher in Michigan was in Gaylord, which is literally about 30 miles to the south back in 2022. Every other tornado since 2022 has been weaker than the Gaylord tornado. So again, strong tornadoes can occur up here. Not saying there will be a strong tornado today, but still tornadoes can occur here in Sheboygan, especially where this rotation is currently maxed out. We have a new scan coming in. If you are in Sheboygan, you're just tuning in, you should already be in shelter. If you're hearing my words for the first time, please be doing that right now. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed. Emmett County in the clear. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Balboa Island and Sheboygan County. Rotation has kind of dispersed itself a little bit. Looks like it's just damaging winds now at the current time. Still close enough, though, in terms of rotation to be considered a possible tornado. So if you are in the southeast side of Sheboygan, this is where the rotation is now currently at, somewhere in this vicinity right here on your screen. Along north-south road of Eastern Avenue near Lincoln Avenue. And we also have Vanier Road, about to cross over Butler Road. Going to be paralleling US 23 as it heads out of town from Sheboygan. Center rotation right there. So if you know you live in this vicinity of Sheboygan County, please be taking shelter for a possible tornado. If you are downstream, if you are anywhere out here in the rural portions of Sheboygan County towards the Presque-Isle County line, this is where it is going next. So tornado warning does not include all of this white box you can see I'm highlighting on the screen, but we could see an extension very, very soon. And that would include the rest of Sheboygan County and perhaps the northern tip of Presque-Isle County as well. As a reminder, the special marine warning shown in blue here is for a possible waterspout. So once this storm does move onto Lake Huron, it could be producing waterspouts. If you know anyone that is boating on Lake Huron today, north of Huron Beach, Please let them know that a tornadic thunderstorm may be moving into the vicinity. It is currently tornado warned, as you can see in the red box, and that special marine warning does encompass a large portion of Lake Huron here near the bridge and points east. Bottom of your screen, as always, has the highest active alert in the state of Michigan showing, and that right now is that tornado warning. All active warnings in the state of Michigan are scrolling on the bottom as well. So Sheboygan County both has a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. And that's the only warning in the state. If you're anywhere else downstate right now, there is nothing going on yet. Again, it's a long day ahead. Keep an eye on it. Gusty winds may also be occurring in this cell near Vanderbilt shortly. Looks like there's a downburst there. It just popped up. So north of Elmira, heading towards Vanderbilt, downburst there. It's going to be gusty winds of probably 40 to 50. Main concern, though, remains this tornado warning for Sheboygan County.
Once again, this line is just starting to enter into portions of Lake Huron. Once again, we still have that tornado warning in place for Sheboygan. We do have additional development forming further south, not like in Joel that we're having more discrete cells forming here to the south of this bow here. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as this continues to move off to the northeast. It looks like we have brief area of power outages here further south by Walloon Lake. Might be just from a downburst potentially, if I had to guess. I just saw it right now, so I'm just trying to pull it up here.
And the good news with the Sheboygan area is that there has not been any reported outages yet from Sheboygan. So good news there. Hopefully this was not a tornado on the ground. It looked like it was very close to. Correlation coefficient was very sketchy looking. Against correlation coefficient is the measurement of debris being lofted in the atmosphere. There's an instance southwest side of town where that could have been debris lofted, but it's tough to tell without ground truth. And as a reminder, if those who are just getting out of the storm in Sheboygan County, there could also be a hail core in there. As you can see, there's some pinks on radar, so that could be the hail. If you have any damage from Sheboygan, Emmett counties, feel free to send it in to us directly. You can put it in the comments of any of our posts here on Facebook. Do not put it in the live stream. We won't see it if it's in the live stream post. But any of our posts on Facebook, whether that's like a tornado warning post, you name it, just put it in there. Make sure you tag your location, the time it occurred, roughly speaking, and we'll get that submitted to the National Weather Service in Gaylord, or you can submit yourself to the National Weather Service Gaylord. You can find, I think you can just search up their phone number, email online. You can send it to them and send it into them directly. Otherwise, just tag them in social media. Also, other options here is we do have a Facebook group called Michigan Weather Reports. You can send in a tornadic damage that you think is tornadic damage in that community page. Just search Michigan Weather Reports on Facebook. It'll be right there. Make sure to request to join, fill out those questions, and you'll get in. Rotation now continues on Railroad Grade Road. Also some unnamed roads out here. A lot of these are 2 tracks. We have Kasperat. That's not right. Kasperzak Road is traveling down, but mainly Railroad Grade Road. Eventually heading towards Green Creek Road and Hoddy Road. It's very much displaced at the current time, so good news for Sheboygan. It looks like it just missed downtown Sheboygan if there were to be a tornado, but tornado can form at any time when you do have a tornado warning in effect, and that is still the case. Curious to see what they do with this warning here in a second. Again, this tornado warning, the box is in the red outline here. However, the center of the rotation is on the edge of that outline, so you can see it's outrunning the box. And either a new one will have to be issued, or they'll just let it drop and continue the severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible, which is in the orange. Quick reset real quick as the tornado warning continues for Sheboygan County. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzwell alongside student meteorologist Drew Brummel, both of us either alumni or current students at Central Michigan University. We are tracking these tornadic thunderstorms, severe winds as well across northern Michigan so far today. Again, storms are possible further downstate later this afternoon. And for those who have just found our stream for the first time, we do this all the time, 24/7, as needed here for the state of Michigan. All 83 counties, we've been doing live streams since 2023, and we have not missed a single warning or tornado warning in the state since that year. When we started doing this more on a full-time basis. So feel free to follow along if you're a Michigander. If you're just visiting, feel free to support us by hitting that follow button as well. And we will continue to monitor all the severe storms as they come across the state of Michigan.
I will mention, Joel, here, the cell that's further south by Vanderbilt is producing some pretty gusty winds right now. Looks like from a potential downburst.
Yeah. Mentioned that about 5 minutes ago, and that continues. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward it. Yeah, right in here on radar for those who are looking at the stream right now. Those reds and greens in opposite directions, moving away from the radar in red. Green is moving towards. That is a sign of a downburst. So winds that crash down from a collapsing thunderstorm and push out in all directions, which can quickly produce 60-mile-per-hour winds in spots. We'll also have to watch out because that downburst is colliding in with our main Boeing segment. When you have colliding boundaries like that, you never know what could happen, especially on a day like today, where we have already a tornado warning. Another one could spin up just as quickly from colliding wind boundaries. So keep that in mind. Southern Sheboygan County, northern Otsego County for maybe a little bit of funkiness. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Rotation continues now, heading towards US 23 rather quickly in the vicinity of Huron Trail and Mackinac Straits Drive. So that is quickly approaching Lake Huron, as mentioned. Should be off onto the waters hopefully within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So there's no longer a tornado threat here. The tornado warning continues, although I would imagine that'll likely be canceled here soon. It's supposed to be in effect till 12:15. It is 11:57 right now, Eastern Time. Time is live on the bottom of your screen. If you're not watching within 30 seconds, then feel free to refresh the stream, because you're likely a little bit behind. I don't know why people keep saying the tornado warning went off for Charlevoix. That's very interesting. There was never any tornado warning for Charlevoix.
I don't know if it's one of those things where if it was a severe thunderstorm warning, some counties do it. I don't know if it was from that.
If you're talking about the sirens, the outdoor warning sirens, some counties do. If you're in like a severe thunderstorm warning, they do turn on those outdoor warning sirens just as an extra precaution. But yeah, that's probably it. But again, outdoor warning sirens are fairly inconsistent. Make sure you have other ways to receive warnings, such as the Midland Weather Radio. The one I have mine back there on the shelf behind me. Midland Weather Radio WR-120. Other ways, you can get apps on your phone, because wireless emergency alerts work, but they only show for certain warnings. So for this tornado warning, it likely went off on your phone, if you were in that red box, of course. However, it does not do it for severe thunderstorm warnings, so you'll need free apps on your phone. We recommend the emergency app by the Red Cross. It's free to download. You can also download the FEMA app as well. As always, as I drop my phone on the ground, we have us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We have multiple social media pages, including our X page, MI Storm Chasers. Every time there's a warning posted, it automatically gets posted to our X page, as well as our Facebook page too. Facebook is not the greatest in terms of chronological order, but X is, so feel free to follow us on both Facebook and X to get warning there. If you're not a regular attendee of watching the weather on a frequent basis like we are, make sure you have the buddy system in place as well, so you can trust like a friend or a family member that also watches our streams just as much as you, to let you know if there is inclement weather heading your way. So there's multiple ways to receive warning in a day and age where technology is readily available. Midland Weather Radio is the best one. However, again, I just mentioned multiple different options that you can go to as well. And sirens should be your last mode of warning. As a reminder, those sirens are only meant to be heard outdoors. They're outdoor warning sirens for a reason. If you hear them inside, it's just a bonus. But if you ever see comments like on your group Facebook page, like, I didn't hear the sirens and I was inside right next to them or something like that, or I was 3 miles away and never heard the sirens, that is because you're not supposed to hear them inside. So keep that in mind. Only for outdoor use if you are caught without technology. Yeah, there was never a tornado warning for Charlevoix County. We can confirm that. We have the direct alerts from the National Weather Service. We're going here. Here you go. We're backing up to when these line of storms came on shore. So here you go. If you are watching from Charlevoix County, this is how it occurred. So this orange box on your screen is the severe thunderstorm warning. This line then moved on shore. Still no red boxes on the screen. There's the tornado warning coming in for Sheboygan County. There was never any red box for Charlevoix County. If you got a tornado warning for Charlevoix County, that it was likely a faulty alert pushed through your phone. There was never a tornado warning for Charlevoix County. No red boxes in Charlevoix County, only Sheboygan County. And that tornado warning continues. They're just letting it ride out, even though the storm has well passed. But this line is now about a minute away from, the rotational part is about a minute or two away from being fully on Lake Huron, but it is on US 23 right now. Quickly approaching the shoreline. There's the center of it. It is now entering Presque Isle County. So Mulligan Creek Road.
Once again, we're keeping an eye further southwest of the storms that are developing by the Wolverine Vanderbilt area. We actually have one cell that's getting close to our cam that has a lot of lightning, so I'm kind of curious what our cam will show here as the storm moves to the northeast here. Probably will have a view here within 10 to 15 minutes, I believe, of this cell.
Yeah, this is a downburst signature right now, but as mentioned, there is a little bit of a hook on it. Number one. So keep that in mind. Number two, there are colliding boundaries, so it downbursted. So that means the winds crashed out from all directions of the thunderstorm, and is colliding with this line of gusty winds that is attached to that Boeing segment that goes all the way up towards Sheboygan. So two colliding boundaries can sometimes spin something up really quick. So if you are in the Wolverine, Vanderbilt areas along I-75, please be on alert. Here, there's no warnings in effect anywhere in Otsego or southern Sheboygan counties, but we are watching these storms interact with each other very shortly. Once again, for those just tuning in from Sheboygan County specifically, if you have any damage, feel free to send it in to us. That way we can pass it along to the National Weather Service Gaylord office, and they would send out a crew tomorrow to damage any, or survey any damage that you may have in your neck of the woods. We are at 29 tornadoes so far in the state of Michigan so far this year. Depending on what happened in Pellston over towards Sheboygan so far this morning, we could have number 30. There's a couple power outages in the vicinity of this tornado warning that did pop up. So if you do have damage along that route, Riggsville Road mainly is where it traveled up. Let us know what you're seeing. Feel free to send that in.
Yeah, so far for this live stream, we haven't had nearly as much power outages as we did last night. Hopefully that continues to be the case here. Once again, we do have additional development further south of this line. We have a primed environment for severe weather in northern lower Michigan, so we'll be watching these storms here as they move off to the northeast. But like as Joel mentioned, we currently don't have any special weather statements or warnings with those cells right now, but we'll be watching them nevertheless here as our line segment up north here continues to race off to the northeast and go into Lake Huron.
Oof. Do not like how close these reds and greens are close to each other like that. Now, it is a downburst signature, but we do have overlapping winds very shortly in this vicinity of Vanderbilt and Wolverine. Not a huge fan. Either way, it looks like there is 55 to 60 mile per hour winds occurring within this downburst. There's a tiny little pixel here on the right side of the screen that is yellowish. That is reading 56 miles per hour, so that is very close to severe limits. As mentioned, these reds and greens on the right side of the screen, we do not want these close together like that, and the fact that they're bright and very, very tight, something funky could spin up at any time within the vicinity. There is a lot of instability out there. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Good news coming in. It looks like our tornado warning has been dropped. Canceled 10 minutes early. The bottom bar has turned off the tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning is now the highest active alert. That continues for Sheboygan County, as well as Boblo Island. Curious to see they issue a new warning here soon for Sheboygan, because again, these winds are downbursting near severe limits, and with how close those reds and greens are close to each other, you never know. A day like today, there's a decent amount of shear out there, and the atmosphere is primed. We have 4,500 joules of surface-based CAPE, which is your measurement of instability. We really only need 1,000 for severe, so we're about 4.5 times higher than what we need for severe in terms of instability. So these storms that do pop up are going to get very intense very quickly if they can get rooted at the surface. Newest scan shows this storm has a hook on it on the left side of your screen. We look for these hook shapes for rotational storms, and so we can see that might be happening near Vanderbilt. We're waiting for a velocity scan to come in just a second. Good news for Sheboygan. If you're in northern Sheboygan County, the tornado warning has been canceled. Thank you for hanging with us.
Once again, this storm here is directly targeting our Wolverine cam here, so we'll have a view here shortly as this continues to race off to the northeast here. Not liking, Joel, that I'm starting to see some other cells kind of pop up next to that cell, getting a little close, almost acting like as a mini merger potentially, but we'll keep an eye on it as always as it continues to move off to the northeast.
The Wolverine cam is also to the east of town, so it'll be a little bit before it gets to the Wolverine cam. However, these storms are moving about 50 miles per hour. Latest scan, reds have gone away. So it looks like it might just be a damaging wind threat. Fingers crossed it's nothing more than a damaging wind threat at the current time. Unfortunately, it's going to bring down a couple trees. But as long as you're inside away from any exterior walls, you're doing yourself a huge favor. Also not seeing any outages coming in yet, so good news there. Yes, Boblo Island is Bois Blanc. I got last night when we were doing this on stream when the storms were heading towards that island, people said it's pronounced Boblo. I don't believe it still, but everyone kept correcting us, so that's what we're going with. But yeah, instability is very rampant across the state today. Well over 4,000 joules of CAPE for much of the lower peninsula of Michigan, given that it is very hot out there. So even down towards the southern portions of Michigan, we have to watch out for storms later this afternoon and evening across the state. Right now, the main threat is northern lower Michigan. We do have a couple storms popping up. Manistee County down towards Hart and Ludington. Not severe, but worth monitoring as those enter the land area.
Once again, we have a very primed environment for severe weather in northern lower Michigan right now. We have plenty of instability. We have a huge region of 4,000 CAPE, which is 3 to 4 times the amount that we need for severe weather. We also have shear more present in northern lower Michigan, which is why we've had some pretty strong to severe storms. And we do have some spin in the atmosphere in northern lower Michigan. So these cells have been rotating as well. Looks like we have a new
warning
update or new warning.
Yep.
New warning. Okay.
I believe.
Yeah, new warning. That's for that cell.
Yep. Sheboygan, Otsego till 1:15. Wish the orange box would come in quicker on GR2 so I could click on it.
Yeah, it loads in like 30 seconds or like 15 to 30 seconds faster on Radar Omega than...
The API request on GR2 is a little on the slower end, but... There it is. There's your new orange box popping in. National Weather Service, the Gaylord, has issued the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Sheboygan and northern Otsego County in northern Michigan until 1:15 as mentioned. At 12:09, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Kohler Township to near Prickerel Lake to Vanderbilt, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail are possible with this storm. Severe thunderstorms will be near Vanderbilt, eastern Corwith Township, Pickerel Lake, Afton, and Tower all around 12:15 p.m. Other locations impacted by these severe thunderstorms include Pigeon River State Forest. Max hail size 0.88 inches and max wind 60 miles per hour. They do not have the tornado possible tag on this one, but you never know on a day like today with a decent amount of shear out there in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So we will continue to be live for a while, likely through the 1 o'clock, 1:15 time frame. Presque Isle County not under any sort of warning right now, but this entire complex is heading towards Presque Isle. It's a behemoth of rain, honestly, at this current time, but there is winds mixing in. We do have additional cells forming behind this line, but those cells going to be hard to get rooted at the surface given that the atmosphere has been overworked so far in portions of northern Michigan. So these storms back here on the lake likely not to do much. But again, we'll keep an eye on them just in case.
Once again, as you guys were seeing earlier on with Joel's radar with all the reds and greens on velocity mixing, a lot of these winds are downburst winds. Some are weak areas of rotation. So that just shows that we do have that shear that's present that could cause damaging winds and, once again, areas of rotation. We have a lot of cells kind of merging along each other, which I think either one could encourage the idea of either of the spin up or increase our wind probabilities here in the coming minutes here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it looks like it's gusting out fairly decent in the vicinity of Vanderbilt, north side of Vanderbilt, directly over old US 27 and East Alexander Road at the current time. So this little pocket right here between Wolverine and Vanderbilt proper. Let's go check Ryan's cam. It is raining now. I believe this cam is going to be just to the northeast of where the intensest of winds are at.
I think it's looking north too, right?
Yes, northwestish. So if y'all know anyone that is in the vicinity of Vanderbilt, Wolverine, feel free to share the stream. If you don't, as always, hit that like button. Helps these streams get out to multiple Michiganders. Onaway Canada Creek Ranch, also in the path of these storms eventually, so if you know anyone over there, eventually towards Huron Beach, Rogers City, and Hawks in Presque Isle County, also likely to be impacted by strong to severe storms this morning into the afternoon. It's now the afternoon, early afternoon hours. So again, like and share, show you care. We have Jade today with a $10 super chat as well here on YouTube saying, thank you for your coverage. You helped me get in contact with my sister in the area. No problem. That's what we're here to do, guys. We want to make sure if you know anyone, maybe if you yourself are not impacted by these storms, but if you know anyone, extended family, friends, people visiting from out of state that are traveling, especially now here in late July, a lot of vacations ongoing. Again, let them know. Storms are on the way, as always. That's what we're here to do. We are always going to be a resource for severe weather in the state of Michigan as long as we so shall live and be around the state of Michigan. We've been doing this since 2023 for the live streams, so we've not missed a beat. Feel free to follow along if you are a native Michigander, or if you're just watching for the first time and want to support the channel. Follow goes a long ways as well. And as always, make sure you are subscribed on YouTube and turn on notifications so you know exactly when we go live. Now, I did see a comment here saying that our notification didn't pop up. Not sure why that was. YouTube is letting us down, but either way, following us on multiple platforms is the best way to go in terms of finding out when we go live for severe weather, whether that's Facebook, YouTube, X, or Twitch TV. So we're happy to help out today. Hopefully your sister is safe, was able to make it through the storm very well. Thank you for your support. We will not know how many tornadoes touch down until the National Weather Service Gaylord sends out a survey team. Now, in order to send out a survey team, there needs to be signs of damage in the first place. So, in order to do that, we're asking you guys, when it's safe to do so, to send us reports of damage so that we can relay it to the National Weather Service and Gaylord so that they can send out those teams. That is what we're also here to do. We're a way to extend communications between the public and the National Weather Service. So, we can directly contact them, send all of the damage photos that you guys send in to us over to them. Make sure when you do send in photos, put time, location, when it approximate time, location where it occurred, measurement if possible, and also permission if we do have permission to post on our page, because knowing where damage hit for portions of the state is also big. Let's say someone from Southeast Michigan just jumps on Facebook page later today and sees, oh, someone sent in damage reports from Pellston area. I have family up there I want to check in on. Your damage reports not only helps the National Weather Service, but helps your fellow Michiganders as well, check in on the family they need. So pictures, damage are appreciated in multiple ways.
Once again, we do have additional cells forming across northern lower Michigan. We have a few cells west of Calac and a few cells northwest of Traverse City. They're currently not severe. They don't have any statements on them right now, but we're watching them here closely. We do have some rain showers also northwest of Muskegon here. So we'll be on the lookout here as the day goes along here into the later afternoon hours. And these cells do have a lot of lightning here, especially nearby the Wolverine, north of Gaylord area, Vanderbilt as well. So that's another thing to be on the lookout here. Once again, we are getting a few reports via chat of small hail. Once again, small hail is possible with these cells here. Currently not seeing any severe hail via radar, but if you guys are getting reports of severe hail, feel free to send that to our Michigan Weather Report page. Once again, looking behind the scenes here, not seeing any new power outages as of now, as of 12/19, which is good. Hopefully that continues to be the case here. as the afternoon goes on here. Once again, it's still pretty humid across the state. Dew points are still in the 70s throughout the majority of lower Michigan or lower peninsula. Even a few mid 70 dew points also still mixing in across the area. So it is definitely very humid and hot. Once again, heat indice values are in the upper 90s, if not 100s, 100 values currently as of now. So very hot day. We have those heat advisories in effect. So if anyone's not getting any storms, which is a good portion of the state for right now, make sure you guys stay hydrated, stay cool, and do the same for your pets as well.
Look at the wind coming in the Wolverine cam now. Camera's shaking just a little bit. Torrential downpour at the very least, and there's a possibility of a little bit of flooding out there today as these showers are pulling in all that moisture from our southern regions. Again, with how humid it is out there today, with the dew points in the 70s, those PWAT values, precipitable water, are close to around 2 inches, which would result in some minor flooding across the area. Right now, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for southern Sheboygan, northern Otsego, in effect till 1:15 p.m. These storms are tracking off towards northern Montmorency and western and central Presque Isle County. Rain already ongoing in Presque Isle County, but nothing in terms of severe at the current time yet.
Looks like we do have some clouds starting to form across the state here, some low deck cumulus clouds. So that's at least a little bit of a bright side here. The clouds will help somewhat, but it's pretty hard, though, I will say, with how humid it is. It's still going to feel hot nevertheless, but at least if we can get some clouds and hopefully some more rain showers, as many of you guys have been saying, especially here in West Michigan. I'm a West Michigan resident. I live in Ottawa County. We need the rain here in West Michigan, as well as I believe still the Tri-Cities area as well. So
Where
hopefully we'll get that today. What's that, Joel?
I was gonna say you said here, but I'm not sure where exactly you mean by here. Like where are the clouds forming?
Eastern and southern Michigan, lower Michigan, just
Gotcha.
scattered cumulus clouds. So yeah.
Got it. Okay. It looks like, did we just lose our Wolverine cam? We did. I think that just got knocked out by either the wind. It's got to be the wind.
Yeah.
So that could be confirmed 60-mile-per-hour winds ongoing. That would make sense. The gustiest of winds are right around where the camera's at right now. It's somewhere in here. As you can see on your velocity cam right now, or velocity radar, that is where the brightest of the greens are currently at. Now changing to these blues, kind of. So the strongest of winds are heading towards Onaway and Canada Creek Ranch within the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Again, there's also a lot of lightning in Vanderbilt as well as Wolverine right now, as these cells continue to move off to the northeast. as Joel was kind of mentioning earlier on, we could have a localized flooding risk as well in these regions, as some of these storms have been trailing one another here recently. So that's something to be mindful about as well.
Local news should be doing what you guys are doing instead of showing sales advertisements. Great job, guys. Thank you, DJ Big. I wish we were on TV, but we stick to social media. Social media is the way of the future. So, thank you for that nice compliment. We do love we got to shout out our local meteorologists as well, because again, they went to school for the exact same thing. So shout out to what they're doing if they are live up here in this side of the state. I think 9 and 10 is up there. I'm not sure what other news companies are up in the northern portion of the state, but if they did do any live coverage this morning, shout out to them as well, because again, they're doing a huge public service along with what we do here at MSC. Again, we're more social media based and they're more TV based. And again, we're all in this together. We want to make sure Michiganders are as safe as possible at all times of the day, even when there are severe warnings ongoing or not ongoing. So thank you for the compliment as well. And also shout out to our news people that are doing it. For those who may not be on social media as much, TV is also another big way to stay informed for severe weather.
Seeing a few questions here if we cover hurricanes. For the majority of the time here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we're always going to be covering what's going on in Michigan, whether it's severe weather or if it's weather patterns or stuff like that. I know Ryan occasionally might do maybe a special live stream potentially,
yes,
if it's like a big hurricane, but that usually depends on his part, so I can't fully answer that question. But I know for a fact we're always focused more on Michigan weather here. Even if it's not severe weather, we still forecast. Joel and Ryan always put out posts here at Michigan Storm Chasers here, and Alex, yep. For the state here. So that's our top priority here.
We did do a hurricane live stream for one of the hurricanes, I believe, last year in Florida that was Category 3-ish. Yeah, it was last year, because I remember I had a friend that lived, former roommate that lived to the north of Orlando, and he was impacted by some flooding and some winds out there. They lost power for a couple days. So, and a lot of Michiganders obviously travel to Florida year-round. So, big Florida to Michigan connection. You guys, the term snowbirds is huge here in the state of Michigan. For the people that go down during the winter, come back up for the summer, fitting into that category. So especially when we get into the fall season, when people start going back down to Florida, there's going to be a lot more Michiganders in Florida proper. And so if we do get a big hurricane in the fall, it would make sense to kind of go live for perhaps some hurricane coverage then. But we've only done it once here at MSC. Otherwise, we are pretty much Michigan-based, and perhaps a couple surrounding counties along the Michigan, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio state line. It just depends on whether or not we're live at the time for severe weather coverage, and there's a severe storm just like off to the south that might be heading up our way. So on occasion, we do cover the counties that are bordering Michigan. Otherwise, we are just covering Michigan entirely. Yeah, I think it was Helene. No. It was Milton. You're right. Both of those names sound very familiar. I just can't remember. I believe it was Hurricane Milton we were live for.
Yeah. Somewhere in Florida, I believe.
It was.
Yep. So we have some slightly stronger, gustier winds heading once again right towards our Wolverine cam again. Is it still down, Joel?
Nope, it's back up.
Well, looks like, if I get this measurement right here, looks like potentially 40 to 45 mile per hour winds in the highest pixels here, heading literally right next to our Wolverine cam. So we'll see if they're fully mixing to the ground here. I'd imagine these trees would be swaying here any second, unless the winds are. Yep, there you go. Perfectly timed. It's got another line of gusty winds moving through with our cam right now.
As a reminder for those who are wondering about the severe forecast for today, it is going to be coming as soon as we're done with this live stream. Unfortunately, we got looped into this live stream this morning. We saw this line of gusty storms coming on shore. For those who do have Patreon, it is already up on Patreon, patreon.com/Michigan Storm Chasers. You can become a member for as low as $2 a month. It all helps. It all comes back into paying for the streaming software that we use here at MSC to make sure that we're live for all severe weather. So if you want to support us for as low as $2 a month, Patreon is an option. As a way of saying thanks, we just give you an earlier access to the maps every single day. The same maps you see on Patreon will always be on Facebook, either shortly before or shortly after, or depending on severe weather is happening later in the afternoon from Patreon. So it's there. It's an option. If you guys want to go check it out, it is there. Otherwise, we'll have these maps up as soon as this live severe weather is done across the state of Michigan, northern Michigan. So fingers crossed for a break. Severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed. So it looks like Indian River is no longer in the warning. Vanderbilt on the edge of it now. Also same thing with Wolverine. You can see how the orange box was trimmed from one scan to the next. Gusty winds continue through Onaway, Millersburg, and eventually towards Canada Creek Ranch for the next couple minutes. We are based out of anywhere in the state. Most of us live downstate, south of, well, I was in Mount Pleasant until literally yesterday. Now I'm back in the Grand Rapids area. So most of us live along 96 and points south, but we do track for all 83 counties in the state of Michigan. That does include all the way up in Keweenaw County.
Yep. 3 of us are in West Michigan currently. That'd be me, Joel, and Nick, and then 2 in southwestern Michigan, I guess. That'd be Chandler and Alex, and then Ryan in southeast Michigan, and then do you know where? I'm trying to think of Andrew, where he'd be. I don't know exactly where he's located at, but
he's more back end.
We're all from lower Michigan here at MSC. So, but we do live coverage for any part of the state of Michigan, whether that's northern lower Michigan or the Upper Peninsula. We've had several live streams actually in the Upper Peninsula for the summer here. And we even had a few chasers chase in the UP. We had Ben not too long ago, a few weeks ago, chasing in the UP. So we don't just chase and track storms in southern and western eastern Michigan. So it's not just Grand Rapids, Detroit, and Flint. We do cover storms up here as well as portions of the Upper Peninsula. Typically speaking, it's a little bit more difficult to storm chase up in northern lower Michigan in the UP just because there's more trees. And I'm actually going to stop right now because it looks like our cam's getting rocked again by some heavier winds.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure. Yeah, those gusty winds continue to hit our cam here. They'll be moving off to the east-northeast here. Like I said, it's pretty difficult to chase up north just because of the road networks, as well as service, as well as trees. There's just a lot of factors that go into it. And it's a farther drive for a lot of our chasers as well. We do have a few chasers further up north, but the majority of them are more kind of focused more in southern lower Michigan. Looking behind the scenes here, still not seeing any major new outages as of now. Once again, we do have scattered reports of power outages in Sheboygan County earlier on from that line. Right now, with this current severe thunderstorm warning, we do have some pretty strong gusty winds. but I don't think it's near as concerning as it was earlier on in our live stream with that previous line segment. But I'll let you guys know if that changes here. Again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern and eastern portions of Sheboygan County and northern portions of Otsego County, and that is still in effect for another 40 minutes here as this line continues to move off to the east here.
See it coming about tornado watch. Well, there's no tornado watches. There's a difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. A tornado watch would be widespread area where tornado-like conditions are expected in the next couple hours. Tornado warning means conditions have come together for a tornado that might be on the ground. The tornado warning, again, no tornado watches have been issued today, but the tornado warning for Sheboygan County has been expired. So yes, it is gone. As a reminder, the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch means the ingredients are favorable in the next couple hours. You can think of it as tacos. Taco watch, I always say this all the time. Taco watch means the ingredients on the table for tacos to be made. They're not happening yet, but they could be happening within the next couple hours. Taco warning, the ingredients have come together for a taco to occur and is being devoured. Same way goes for severe weather. If a tornado watch is issued, that means conditions are favorable for storms with potential for tornado development in the next couple hours. Tornado warning means a red box that you saw on your screen that was flashing means the ingredients have come together for a possible tornado to be touching down. So a little bit of a learning segment there for y'all. CW, if you want to become a camera sponsor, feel free to send Ryan an email. His email is ryan@michiganstormchasers.com for all of your business needs, I guess you could say, in terms of getting set up with a camera or business inquiries. And for those who want to, I think we just closed our general sponsorship trusted partner thing, but again, you can send an email to Andrew and Chandler. You can send an email to either one of them, Chandler@michiganstormchasers.com or Andrew@michiganstormchasers.com if you want to become a channel sponsor. But again, I believe we just closed our applications for, I think, a while. So if you wanted to become a sponsor, unfortunately, I think that window has closed. But again, watch out for the end, towards the end of the year as we open them back up again, I would imagine. As it stands right now, though, in terms of severe weather ongoing, damaging winds still perhaps moving through extreme southeastern Sheboygan and perhaps northern Otsego. The storms are starting to kind of dwindle just a little bit and becoming more of a heavy rain and a small hail risk. Let's go look at CC. It looks like there's a tiny little hail core just south of Tower in Onaway, as denoted by correlation coefficient, where the purples change to greens and blues. That would be eventually heading towards Onaway itself. It's kind of getting advected north there. Perhaps a little bit of pea-sized hail up towards Rogers City as well. But at the current time, just one severe thunderstorm warning out there in the state of Michigan.
I will mention this here quickly, Joel. We have a new SBC update coming in. They usually do an update for day one at 12:30. We do now have a slight risk of severe weather for portions of Michigan here. For my end, at least, Joel, I'm waiting for it to load in here. But it looks like it covers where we're currently tracking for severe storms, as well as portions of central and southwestern lower Michigan here. Once again, we'll have... What's that?
That is a funky looking outlook. What?
It is. It's like a little like duck or something. It has like a little neck feature and a little bit of a head, and sometimes it's fun looking at SBC outlooks. They can like form a variety of shapes. If you want to take my radar, Joel, if you want to have a tab or something pulled up for that outlook, unless we want to pull it up on radar.
Feel free to throw it up on Radar Omega if you want.
Okay. I'm going to quick show storm total precip here. So we've had some localized heavy rain here around the Wolverine area. Once again, still a lot of lightning ongoing right now. Roughly about an inch, inch and a half. So nothing too crazy, but still, if anyone is traveling on Highway 75 here or any major roadways here, I'd be definitely aware of that. Once again, hydroplaning is a real thing. I've seen it before when I have personally storm chased, where it's, you know, sometimes it's always stressed, right, during winter weather to drive slow when you have snow showers ongoing, but you can still have the same thing with really heavy rainfall. Your tires are never fully touching the concrete, so basically that can you can still lose control of your vehicle if you're going too fast. So just be mindful about that as you continue to travel. Try to see here if it's loaded on my side here on Radar Omega.
Comes the new warning for Presque Eel.
Okay. I don't think it hasn't loaded in on my end, so I'm going to turn that off here quick. Okay, once again, severe thunderstorm warning for Presque Eel County for 60-mile-per-hour winds and non-severe hail. No tornado possible tag with this here. Looks to be mainly just gusty winds. We're not really seeing anything as of now. As of 12:42, that is concerning in terms of tornadic rotation as of now. It just looks like gusty winds really throughout this whole entire line here. Kind of more in this main region here as it continues to move off to the east-northeast here. So places like Rogers City, excuse me, Millsburg, Belknap, I'd definitely be on the lookout really soon here. This line is basically right on top of you. Gusty winds, once again, is the main threat. I will mention, too, I know you guys had that ice storm earlier on this year. There's probably a lot of trees that are already weak in nature. So that's just something to be mindful about. You might have a few trees that might get knocked down a little bit more easily, potentially, if they're still damaged. So that's just something to be mindful about as well. I know we've had a few comments in here mentioning about that as well. So looks like for the current slight risk that is for today, it's for a 15% wind, where it's in that yellow shaded region, as well as a small hail threat. And that hail threat, 5% hail, would be for northern lower Michigan and portions of the Thumb. And they have a tornado risk less than 2%. So no official outlook per the SBC. Look at their wording here, and I'll mention anything that's worth mentioning here. Again, we're tracking this line of storms here that is moving off to the east-northeast. Once again, damaging winds being the main threat. With how much instability that is in place currently, and with how high our dew points are, you can see those white specks. That is lightning that's being detected within this line segment, and you can see just spurts of it when every new scan comes in. Of once again, lots and lots of lightning. So that's just something to be mindful about too. Obviously, damaging winds are always a real threat, but as per any storm, especially with these lines of storms here, frequent lightning is also possible as this continues to move off to the northeast.
There are a couple cells merging in from the south here, Drew, as well. You loop it, which I have it looped on mine.
Okay.
A couple cells getting advected into this line from the south. Those are more surface-based. When we have these cells that advect in, that can cause a little bit of funkiness to spin up. But at the current time, not seeing that. Just mainly a damaging wind threat. So good news there. Unfortunately, obviously bad news because, as Drew was mentioning, this is areas that got hit by the ice storm earlier this spring. And so a lot of loose tree limbs already from those storms. And if these are 60 mile per hour winds, likely to continue to bring down more trees. I see there's a spike in our velocity near Onaway. There's one pixel here near 57 or 58 miles per hour. About to cross over Eastern State Trail, which connects Onaway to Millersburg.
And if you guys have any damage, as Joel was mentioning earlier on, feel free to send that to our Michigan report page if it's safe to do so. Don't be doing it when these gusty winds are happening. That's just not safe for you guys. If you head out and about, you don't want a tree falling down on you or anything else. So wait until this line of storms moves through, and if you have any damage to report, feel free to send it to our Michigan weather report page. Once again, that is a Facebook group page. If you have any cool cloud pictures or lightning or anything that's just cool in terms of weather-wise, feel free to send that to our Michigan Storm community page, another group page via Facebook. Yes, we have both chasers and weather cams for the state of Michigan.
Wow. Cloud tops over Rogers City over 52,000 feet. It's a tall storm.
Yeah, pretty robust.
Those little green triangles, I see there's a comment about that. Those little green triangles are basically where our radar software thinks there is perhaps hail ongoing. In this case, for whatever reason, it thinks there's a 2-inch hail. It says 2.94-inch hail entering Rogers City shortly. I don't believe that's true. If you look at correlation coefficient, well, actually, let's go look at VIL. VIL seems that there's a huge core there. But you go and look at correlation coefficient, and it's not that great. Go ahead and take a 3D scan just to see. There is... Actually, there could be some decent hail in there. I wouldn't say 3 inches by any means, but there is a hail core. It's very skinny in nature, and it goes all the way up to 38,000 feet, Drew. A very skinny area, about 2 square miles wide, that there could be some hail. That's what that indicator is picking up on, is that very tall hail core. But it's also, again, very, very skinny. So if there's going to be large hail to fall, it's going to be in like a very tiny corridor just to the west of Rogers City. I wouldn't say 3 inches by any means, but again, when the hail core goes up to 35,000 feet, that's well into the freezing layer. So a lot of time for those water droplets to become super cool liquid and turn into ice.
Yeah. These storms are pretty tall, like Joel's mentioning, pretty robust. That's what you get when you have a lot of cape and very high dews as well. And sufficient lifting and shear.
And if the stronger the updrafts today, which You can tell there's very strong updrafts out there just given the fact that these storms are building up to 55,000 feet. So the longer that those updrafts can stay sustained, the longer that those water droplets stay suspended in midair, accumulate ice, and eventually they become so heavy that eventually they fall, but not before they become, super large. Again, hail's not the main threat today, but with updrafts this strong, given there's so much instability out there, we can't rule out a large hailstone or two within some of these storms. We will not know about tornadoes that have happened until survey teams have gone out to survey. Again, as a reminder, if you have any damage from the areas that were under a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning earlier, feel free to send them in to us or send them directly into the National Weather Service Gaylord office. You can email them, call them, you can tag them on social media. Feel free to do whatever you can to send in your damage reports to make sure you're accurate with your time, your location it occurred, a measurement if possible. And again, if you're sharing them with us, let us know if we have permission to post on our page so that we can send out this information to the rest of the state. And that way people can check in from the same areas that saw these severe storms if they have family and friends in this area. So again, we're here to communicate these risks that happened or are happening to the entire state of Michigan. But we really can't do it without you guys' help sending in information. So we thank you guys who have done it in the past and continue to do it going forward. But again, no tornadoes have been confirmed yet. We will know probably starting first thing tomorrow. So again, send us in damage reports as soon as possible when it is safe to do so. There are a couple power outages across this region, mainly in the Pellston area, portions of Emmett County with the damaging winds that came on shore earlier, and right where that couplet started to spin up as well over Pellston. So damage reports specifically from Pellston to Sheboygan, that stretch there along Riggsville Road, about 5 miles north and south of Riggsville Road. That was about the stretch where we saw that rotation come through. So if you know you live in that area or know anyone that lives along that area, they likely have some damage reports to send in to us. So feel free to reach out on your behalf. Current time is 12:52. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Sheboygan, northern Otsego, and now Presque Isle counties, all for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some hail is possible up to 0.88 inches. Could be a little bit larger in spots. Would not be surprised. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, so nonetheless, severe hail is possible, but the main threat is 60-mile-per-hour winds. Rogers City, Posen and Presque Isle not in the path yet, but these storms are slowly heading your way, likely within the next 5 to 15 minutes, so please keep that in mind. Make sure you're sheltering into your room, away from any exterior walls where trees and maybe wind-driven hail could come in. If you haven't followed us yet, feel free to do so. We do these live streams all the time for all severe weather coverage in the state of Michigan. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, and X simultaneously. Hit that follow button, or if you're following on YouTube, watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button is the equivalent of hitting that follow button on those other platforms.
And as these storms move off to the northeast, and once they're out of Michigan, assuming we don't have more additional storms firing and going severe, we'll briefly cover the slight risk that is in place for today, as well as what could happen today. And then we'll gear up for potentially more storms later on during the afternoon.
And those will be more downstate. We'll go over a briefing here in just a second. Drew, if you want to lead the charge, otherwise I can, in terms of a little bit of a mini briefing. Let me know what you want to do. If not, I can take control on that.
Yeah, I mean, I have the flight risk pulled up on Radar Omega. I can show at least my screen for that.
Yeah, there you go.
And I don't know if you want to get other tabs set up if you want to. I don't care.
I got you.
Okay. So, if you guys can see this here, this is the new day one SVC outlook. We have a slight risk in place. Main reason why they did that was because of growing concerns of an MCV west that could potentially develop more storms. Models have been not so good this morning. They have oh boy, have not done the dews very well. They've underdone them by several degrees. So that basically what that means is there's better chances of convection in this slight risk area. It's a very weird shaped slight risk because it kind of goes right through central portions of Michigan here, northern lower Michigan. And then it kind of excludes northwest lower Michigan and portions of the thumb here. But then it kind of goes further to the southwest here into the Grand Rapids area, places like, once again, Grand Rapids, Mount Pleasant, Lansing, Jackson, Kalamazoo, not Muskegon, just south of Muskegon, Grand Haven, Holland, Benton Harbor, Three Rivers, Sturgis. All these areas here are in that level 2 of 5 risk, and that is for potentially more storms later on during the day. Once again, there's very high uncertainty on where exactly these storms can be. We can't be like, hey, look, this model run says there's going to be storms in downtown Grand Rapids at this specific time. We can't really do that because, once again, models have not been doing a good job with today's setup. They've been over anticipating or have underdone a few things in terms of dew points or CAPE. There's been a few things that have played out today that the models didn't really anticipate. So that's why we can give a general placement on where these storms could form, but we can't nail down a specific location on where they will exactly happen. But we are going to be looking mainly at that late afternoon into mid to late afternoon into early evening time frame here as these storms move into Michigan here. General guidance says potentially we have to be on the lookout here in southwest Michigan for some storm development. But once again, the best chance, just based on current guidance, based on mesoanalysis, the best ingredients for additional severe weather are mainly in that slight risk. Once again, we do have a marginal risk still in place for the rest of lower Michigan or the lower peninsula. Could still see a few storms, but once again, these storms are going to be scattered in nature. They're not going to be, not everyone basically will see storms. Some places will remain dry, hopefully. I do realize that a good portion of the slight risk does include areas that have been in a drought or a mini drought. So hopefully a lot of these areas could see some rainfall today. Obviously, we don't want severe weather, but we do want rainfall. So hopefully we can at least have a mixture of the two here later on for this afternoon. And once again, this slight risk is for damaging winds. That is the main concern for today. But you can't fully rule out a spin-up tornado. Better hail probs, hail potential will be more in northern lower Michigan, as we were kind of mentioning with that storm cluster. So once again, damaging winds would be the main severe threat if any storms would become severe later today.
This is a reminder, if you're not in the slight risk zone, again, you still have odds to see severe weather today. It's just a little bit lower. Again, that would be a level 1 of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center in the green. And those odds are around 5 to 14% from them. Again, our maps are a little different. We haven't released them yet. They are on Patreon, but you'll see the percentages on our map later this morning. So again, we have about somewhere between a 5 and 25% chance to have severe weather, a storm to hit your location with a chance to produce some sort of damaging winds. So if you want to think about it the other way, it's about a 75 to 95% chance that you don't get severe winds today. So still overall a lower end day, with it just increasing to slight literally at the 11th hour here. But again, the odds are still fairly low in terms of widespread severe on a day like today. So the severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Looks like Otsego County has been trimmed. Yes, Otsego County has been trimmed, no longer in the warning. We have a tiny sliver of southeastern Sheboygan County in the severe warning at the current time. Otherwise, the remainder of Presque Isle County also in the warning, minus this tiny sliver to the west of Huron Beach. So all of Presque Isle minus Huron Beach and points west, and the southeast corner of Sheboygan County still in this warning.
Once again, as these storms continue to move off to the northeast, we'll briefly go over again what to expect today. I did notice, Joel, a few people couldn't really see my outline pretty well on Radar Omega. I don't know if you have a tab open for SPC, but I don't know if you want to do that now or if you want to wait a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to put your radar in the bottom corner so people can still see it while we go over the briefing. So this is going to be our impromptu briefing real quick. So bear with us here. Here's the outlook that we were talking about. Here's your slight risk. So it encompasses a lot of the state, a lot of the lower peninsula, big central portion, and then also southwest Michigan in yellow. In green is your marginal risk, which is basically lower odds to see severe weather, but you're still in the odds nonetheless. They don't have anything for tornado risk, despite the fact we had perhaps a spin-up tornado this morning in Sheboygan. So that means the odds for a tornado on their maps are less than 2%. Severe wind outlook has not updated on my side. There it is. There's the update. There is your damaging wind possibility. That is why we have a slight risk. And for hail, it appears it is confined to just northern Michigan. So there you go. There's your slight risk. We're going to go through the model runs now, the NAM 3K, which came out at 8 a.m. That shows this line continuing off to the east towards Alpena. If there's any more further development down to the south, we'll see. It's a little bit off. But then we have to watch back off to the southwest here, as we have more cells firing along that MCV that Drew was talking about into southern Michigan. And that will be close to the 6 o'clock time frame. So let's back it up here. This has the convection continuing through northeast Michigan through around 4 o'clock. Storms start to move into west Michigan around 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock across the 96, 94 corridor. Then it really starts to fall apart as it heads towards southeast Michigan. Still going to be thunderstorming most likely. But we have to go look at other models as well, because there are a lot of other models out there that we can reference, such as the ARW. Reflectivity. Make sure that's updated. There we go. And that one shows the line being a little bit more broken and taking a dip into Indiana. So a tale of two stories there. We have the RRFS, which is loading right now. That has that line coming in a little bit further south of Grand Rapids and also continuing to dip towards Indiana just a little bit as well. FV3 has a decent line moving in through West Michigan. This is closer to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then over towards the east side of the state by midnight. So rather quick there, around 7 and later off the FV3. Let's do the NSSL. That has a nice, decent line with a little bit of brokenness in the middle across central Michigan. So it looks like the action up here in northern Michigan right now is going to kind of combine with the action back off to the west and make one giant line across the state. That might be broken in some spots, but this will really start to ramp up as we get beyond the 5 and 6 o'clock hours this evening. That is likely why they issued this slight risk again of one giant line of damaging winds, at least enough to verify a 15% chance to see damaging winds. Still rather low, but it is odds nonetheless. Let's see, what else do we have here? I'm missing the HRRR, which HRRR has not been great at all. The HRRR says basically nothing. Mind you, the HRRR basically had nothing for the Mackinac area, and that turned out to be wrong. So I've kind of been trashing the HRRR recently. I think the NAM 3K has been best. which the NAM 3K does have that line, the second line forming around that 7 o'clock time frame for West Michigan, combining with that Boeing segment off to the northeast. So a little bit of a gap. Central Michigan might get skipped, unfortunately, for the places that are drought stricken, but that is something to consider. That is your briefing, your quick briefing. Our maps are going to be released as soon as the stream is done, which will be a little bit. We still have severe weather ongoing. We'll take Drew full. So see the severe weather in northeast Michigan right now, which is entering Rogers City, heading over towards Posen very shortly, about 2 or 3 minutes away. We also have a cell popping up in Rockport, which is on the border of Presque Isle and Alpena County.
Yeah, we just continue to have storms popping up here. Hopefully those storms don't go severe. I know we want to, at some point,
A break.
get our forecast out.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's off some boundary or something that's causing these additional storms to fire. But anywho, as Joel's mentioning, the Her, which is typically one of our go-to models, has not done today pretty well at all. I would agree with Joel that the NAM 3 has a slightly better handling on what could play out compared to what the Her could be. So that's just something to be on the lookout here for as the afternoon goes on here. The Her didn't really have this line being this mature at this time, or it had it being more mature further off to the northeast in Canada. And that was not the case this morning, as we had several severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as a tornado warning with this line here. So, and we're still having additional cells popping up, which once again, the Her didn't really have that. So, will be kind of like a wait and see thing as this line moves off to the northeast here. Well, velocity here, let's see, wind. Again, warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like the majority of the winds are more in Lake Huron at this point, in Rogers City. Once again, with these storms being very tall in nature, sometimes getting the best of scans is a little bit difficult. I have a nice pocket right here, just shy of downtown Rogers City. I'm going to quick pull up power outages. Since we're no longer in consumer energy territory anymore, looking at U.S. power outage, not seeing anything popping up here. So that's good here as we continue to watch this line or cluster that continues to move off to the northeast here. I'm going to take a quick peek at this Gaylord cell here that kind of spiked up. Looks like maybe definitely some very heavy rainfall. I will say that. A lot of reds and pinks or purples. Not seeing anything for hail for now. We'll watch these cells, but once again, main focus is this main cluster here. Looking further south here, we just have more cells that are popping up here. Once again, heavy rainfall and lightning are more present with these cells as they continue to move off to the northeast. Once again, our environment is come on, get out of here. There we go. Once again, the environment is primed for additional severe weather later on today. So we'll be on the lookout for that. New scan coming in. A quick pull up here, storm toll precip here to give a rough idea on how much rainfall we've gotten here. Once again, we still have additional storms popping up behind this line and very heavy rain showers at that fact too, where we had this cluster here. Nice swath here of at least an inch of rain, if not close to 2 inches here. Yeah, right by the Wolverine, Millsburg, and Rogers City region.
Yeah, it's surprised.
So wouldn't be shit.
I was gonna say it's not. I'm not. Or I am a little bit surprised they didn't pull a flood advisory at least yet, but that could be coming.
Yep. So once again, localized flooding is possible here. We still have additional cells here to the southwest that are moving across here. But this is what happens when we have very humid air in place, and it doesn't take a lot of lift, a lot of shear when you have such high amounts of instability and high dew points, basically, to cause a lot of convection, and that's what we're kind of seeing today. So, or at least right now. We should have a new meso update here. Yep, here we go. Yeah, still widespread 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram of surface CAPE still present throughout the state, and it's uncapped as well. So there is no cap on these storms. As you can see, these storms are blossoming. Better shear as of now is moving more into Canada, but once again, as what the National Weather Service mentioned, we will be on the lookout for an MCV, which is basically a localized low pressure system that could be moving through, which would enhance our shear. We do have 35 knots in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, which is roughly where I think it's located at. I could be wrong. So that could enhance, once again, our severe weather chances, because once again, we do have plenty of instability in place right now. Better shear is moving into Canada, but once again, we could have a little bit more of it re-entering our state here, more further to the southwest later on today. Once again, damaging winds will be the main threat for today, as we kind of saw this morning. I think it's a good way to describe it as damaging winds being the main threat. Occasional spin up tornado can't be fully ruled out. MCVs are very tricky to forecast. That's what we're seeing kind of today, and they can add additional directional shear sometimes to that area, and we might have to be on the lookout for, in my opinion at least, an occasional spin up tornado as well, mainly focused in that slight risk region though.
Yeah.
Once again, guys, appreciate your updates here on the chat of what's happening, whether it's roads being flooded or tree damage at all. Once again, really appreciate it, guys.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed that once this warning goes away for Presque Isle, that no other storms go severe for a little bit. Like as mentioned, so we get that severe the graphics for today up on the page. But as it stands right now, Presque Isle County is still in that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 0.88-inch hail. This will be expiring at 1:45. For some reason it still says Sheboygan and Otsego are in effect for another minute, but that warning has been canceled on our bottom bar, so it's just Presque Isle County. About a half hour on that. And no matter where you live in the lower peninsula today, thunderstorms are possible. Severe won't hit everybody, but again, everyone in the lower peninsula does have the chance to see a severe storm. If we had a crystal ball and could tell you where exactly a storm was going to be, we'd tell you. But unfortunately, there's no possible way to tell you that. We can just look at models and speculate in the ballpark of where they're going to be. But when it comes down to it, mesoanalysis overrules everything else. So keep that in mind as we get into the afternoon. We just went over the models real quick on radar, and hopefully that was a little bit helpful. But again, don't take it completely by storm, or don't take it completely by heart, as these storms could shift in terms of location. There is a little bit of tiny little couplet there, just south of Millersburg. Either way, it looks like gusty winds of 60. A couple pockets in the Millersburg area as well, about a mile south of town, also 60. But this is closer to the Canada Creek Ranch vicinity here in Presque Isle County. Of a nice couplet, or a nice pixel here south of Hawks, 3 miles south of town. County Road 634. So a bunch of different locations within Presque Isle County right now that could be experiencing winds of 60 miles per hour. And that pocket has since increased. Now moving on the east side of Millersburg, directly over Eastern State Trail, heading up towards Big Cut Road and Big Cut Highway. But it is getting further away from radar, so that could be more elevated. That is 3,100 feet off the ground at that location. So if you're in the Millersburg area, let us know if there's trees falling. When it is safe to do so, of course. Obviously, taking shelter right now into your room is the best option. Once it is safe to do so after the storm has passed, feel free to let us know what you're seeing there. Looks like there's a little bit of a downburst ongoing, though. So, want to be taking shelter. That would be heading up towards Rogers City once again. Rogers City, though, on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning.
Again, this warning will be in effect for another 28 minutes here. Current time is 1:17 p.m. If it is not on your guys' end via live stream, then try refreshing a live stream here. And we do have additional thunderstorms in the Gaylord region. They are moving northeast. Looks like a mini downburst happening there. Check the velocity here. With it being really close to radar, you can usually see downbursts pretty well. And rotational couplets, yeah. Looks like a little bit of a downburst happening just northwest of downtown Gaylord right now.
Yeah, downbursts and microbursts are the same thing. Just depends on what you prefer.
Yeah.
We say downburst usually, but microburst also goes hand in hand. There's your pocket of wind there, Drew. You can see that near Millersburg.
Yeah, I for one like calling it downburst. I know obviously with different meteorologists and weather enthusiasts, it's going to depend on what they would like to call it, but it's basically the same thing. So I'm going to check for power just here if anything new is coming in. Nothing yet. Once again, these winds might not be fully mixing to the ground.
Correct.
Want to mention that. And also, it's another thing to keep in mind, too, as Joel mentioned, it's pretty far away from the radar. Radar beam goes up in elevation as it's further away. So you're going to have higher wind speeds, wind gusts, as you go up into a storm. So that's something to be mindful about. It might be measuring those wind speeds further up, higher in the atmosphere, and not the ones that are closer to the surface. So that's just something to be mindful about. Because let's just say you pull up, if you have radar, mega, or scope, and you pull your track and you put it over that area, you'll be like, wow, look, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, crazy winds happening. But you have to keep in mind about certain radar features, location of radar, elevation, and all that kind of sorts as well. once again, these storms are very tall too, so wouldn't be shocked if we had some pretty strong winds or some elevated hail cores in this thing. But once again, they may or may not be fully reaching to the ground. But once again, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place.
This cell that popped up within 3 scans, Drew, north of Hillman, blossomed to 48,000 feet within like 15-ish minutes, maybe less. So that rate of ascent out there today, those updraft, the positive buoyancy is insane in some of these storms. And that's what's going to happen when you have surface-based CAPE of 4,000. You get these surface-based storms that just shoot up like a rocket, and that rate of ascent is incredible. So yeah, we're going to see these storms continue to pop up all day with how hot it is out there. The more hot it is, the more fuel it is for storms. And mixing in with that is obviously going to be the humidity, so there's going to be a lot of heavier rain showers out there today as well. So we have to watch out for the possibility for some flash flooding too. It would be a low chance, but there is still a chance nonetheless. New scan coming in. For velocity purposes, let's see what velocity has to say about these storms. Because a couple of these storms, Drew, have a little bit of a hook shape to them. Similar to what we saw earlier, so just kind of keeping an eye on them. Looks like a downburst perhaps ongoing very soon near Ryder School Road. Again, with the elevation at 3,200 feet off the ground here. Tough to tell if it's mixing down, as we keep mentioning, but that would be heading towards Posen if so in the coming minutes. Good news is it doesn't look like it's rotation. Bad news is it looks like it's still going to be gusty winds of near 60. So please be taking this severe thunderstorm warning seriously. If you are inside of that orange box on your screen, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. Respect the polygon. Basement, interior room on the lowest floor is your best bet. Also, off topic a little real quick. Wanted to shout out our Twitch viewers. We have just surpassed our first 1,000 followers on Twitch TV. So thank you guys that have followed on Twitch TV. This is, for those who don't know what Twitch is, that is a platform. It's a video streaming platform, kind of similar to YouTube. Tailored maybe closer towards the younger generations just a little bit. However, it is a video streaming software. It does have a very low latency, a very low delay. So when we stream to you, it gets sent out across the world and it's shared to your stream on your side. That only takes about 5 seconds. It's about a 3 to 5 second process if you're watching on Twitch. Whereas if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, it's a little bit slower, about 15 to 30 second delay. So if you haven't tried Twitch, it is an option, and we just hit our first 1,000 followers on Twitch. So thank you guys so much for following us on Twitch and helping us reach our first milestone there. For those who are wondering, I'm not dancing for milestones on Twitch, only YouTube. Our Twitch username, by the way, is MI Storm Chaser, similar to our X username, which we're also streaming on. Showers and thunderstorms do continue downstate across portions of central Michigan. Not severe. A couple tiny hail cores perhaps popping up, especially near Prudenville right now. Otherwise, these storms are all below severe limits. Just very noisy out there on radar this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on these storms as they continue across towards the east side of the state and further development downstate towards the Grand Rapids area later this evening. That will be forming from likely northern Illinois and pushing in later tonight. But as it stands right now, severe alert is confined to northeast Michigan in Presque Isle County. Tree down in Indian River from earlier. Thank you, NJB. If you have photos you want to pass along, feel free to do so. If they're not your photos, feel free to credit the proper source as well. We don't want to share a post that's not, or a photo that's not ours without permission. So make sure that you do have permission, or you can find the original source for that photo. Appreciate it. Oh, it's in your yard. Okay. Yeah, if you want to send that in, feel free to do so. You can message us. Send it in the comments on a post that's not our live stream. or our group pages on Facebook. So you have Michigan Storm Community and Michigan Weather Reports. Michigan Weather Reports is where you're going to want to put that damage in.
Looks like we're getting more power outages now, finally, with this cluster here that are being reported in. We have 144 customers out with this current cluster. So it does look like we are getting reports of power outages now with this cluster here.
Where?
I have the Michigan power outage map, so I don't have a specific location pulled
gotcha.
up, but it's for that current county.
Presque Isle?
Presque Isle County.
Okay.
Joel, I'm going to move a few of my laptops here. I need to charge my phone.
Okay.
Here, so be a little chaotic for a minute or two.
I'll take your camera off.
Okay, thank you.
Information coming in from behind the scenes. It appears, I gotta figure out where this is at. Oh, hold up, please. We have some information coming in, I believe. No problem, Sam. Glad to help out. See, you guys are reporting localized flooding in Gaylord. That would make sense. There's actually a couple power outages coming in from Gaylord, likely with this cell moving in right now. That would make sense. There's a downburst that just occurred, Drew, right on the north side of Gaylord. You can see those reds and greens spread out real quick. So north side of Gaylord does have a couple of power outages coming in. About right on Center Avenue near the Otsego Memorial Hospital and Estates Drive. And then you go up towards Congdon Road as well, and there's a couple outages there. So it looks like definitely a downburst in the north side of town. Just took out a couple power lines, unfortunately. And now there's some flooding that's ongoing according to you guys here in chat. So thank you guys for those reports. Okay. Just confirming the location here. That would be... Yes, okay. So the National Weather Service in Gaylord has officially put in an LSR, a live storm report, for Weedlock, Michigan. Numerous trees down on the road with visible funnel reported potential tornado damage. Time estimated via radar. Weedlock, Michigan is near the exit for Levering Road. It is going to be this intersection right here. Is where that LSR came in from. So that is about 5 to 10 miles to the west of Sheboygan. Likely tornado from this morning's storm. Or they'll have to go out and survey, obviously, but that could be tornado number 30 on the year for the state of Michigan, all the way up near the Mackinac Bridge.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You just heard that information, I'm assuming.
What was that?
Tornado number 30 possible. Weedlock, Michigan. Weedlock. No, Weedock, Michigan. Weadock. That is about 5 to 10 miles to the west of Sheboygan. Possible tornado damage. Funnel was reported. It says numerous trees down the road. A visible funnel reported. Potential tornado damage. Time estimated via radar at 11:35 a.m. So I'm assuming they're going to send a survey team out to survey that. Again, as a reminder, we're at 29 tornadoes confirmed so far in the state of Michigan this year. If they confirm that as a tornado, that would be number 30, which would be 9 shy of our record of 39 set back in 1974. So a busy year in Michigan. But we march on.
Indeed.
This is the radar for the entirety of northern and lower Michigan right now. You can see showers and thunderstorms just pretty much everywhere across northern and lower Michigan right now, on and off. A couple downbursts ongoing near Gaylord in Otsego County. A couple instances of small hail also ongoing. I don't know if we're going to get a breakthrough.
Yeah,
we could see we could see another warning come in.
Yeah, I'm looking at satellite here, COD, and we're continuing to get new updrafts popping up throughout here. So currently, one severe thunderstorm warning. No statements with any of these newer cells yet. I'd be shocked here if that would change.
Yeah, there's a couple little beans, as we call them, backward C shapes, along the M55 corridor from St. Helen to Prudenville to Houghton Lake. Watching these closely, I just noticed that little segment of red and green, similar to what we saw earlier with the Sheboygan cell. Let's see what the latest update shows. Okay, that pushes it off to the east and lesser of rotation, but likely probably some decent wall clouds on these storms, I would imagine.
Yeah, especially with how high our dews are.
Yeah.
Maybe temps. Low-level lapse rates are currently 7 to 7.5 across the state right now. Plenty of downdraft cape as well. Yeah, like mini downpour / storms are popping up here across the state. Is my cam on, Joel, or is there something wrong?
I haven't turned you back on yet.
Okay. Yeah, multiple storms across northern lower Michigan, as well as portions of central Michigan now as well. Again, heavy rainfall and lightning being threats for now. And once again, as Joel mentioned, a few of these are having like mini downbursts, as well as a few areas of rotation as well. Very weak and broad for now, but we'll be monitoring these here as they continue to develop here.
Yep. Reminder, this severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Presque-Isle County. If you're in Presque-Isle County, you should be taking shelter until these storms do pass. Gustiest of winds right now in Hawks and south of Rogers City, near Posen. If you're going to troll in chat, you will be blocked. Again, there's zero tolerance for that type of stuff here. Again, we're all the time. It's life-saving severe weather coverage. You've already seen it this morning in terms of the tornado warning. So if you're here to just spew nonsense, again, you don't have being in chat is an honor. Again, what we do is life-saving coverage, so please keep it to yourself if you're going to troll. Otherwise, we will the mods will jump in and you will be removed from the page. Simple as that. Again, if you don't appreciate what we do here, then you can just go find another source. I'm dead serious. Yeah, continue to watch that Ross comment. So those cells along M55 there are continuing to increase in coverage, and that is due to the fact that there is a lot of untapped atmosphere out there across central Michigan. When you have these cells out the front of the storm, you have a lot of clean inflow that's pulling in, and right now that cell is out in front of the rest, especially here in the St. Helen area. You will have all that clean inflow coming up directly from the south. You can see there's no cells directly south in Gladwin County, so all that clean inflow coming up from the storm, allowing it to rotate just a little bit here as it's now crossing I-75.
Looks like. Oh yeah, you already covered that, Joel. I think.
Yeah.
The warning canceled. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at something else.
I actually did not say that. The warning has been canceled, though. It just dropped off the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Strong
I
winds
just saw it on your.
Yeah, strong winds still occurring in the area near Presque Isle and Rockport. So keep in mind, you could still have downbursts at any time. Again, with how much instability is out there today, you can still get these downbursts that pop up and bam, one scan just like that. And within one scan, usually that's not enough time to issue the warning with enough. But by time on radar, the National Weather Service sees these storms downbursting, it's basically too late to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, those downbursts are rather quick, about 5 to 10 minutes in length. So you do want to be taking these cells as they pass over you fairly seriously. But a lot of pinks out there, as you can see on the base reflectivity radar, and that is your heavy rains. Again, a lot of P-watt values out there today, around and above 2 inches. And so that will lead to some isolated flooding in spots, especially in areas this morning and last night, of course, as well with that first line that came through, that have seen already a ton of rainfall within the last 24 hours. So keep that in mind. But we are now out of severe ops. Still watching, either this is a downburst or that is rotation near St. Helen. That is directly on I-75 near, Roman Key Road, I believe is how you pronounce it, as well as Maple Valley Road.
Again, our attention now is getting more drawn to these just cells that are kind of popping up right now. Mainly heavy downpours as well as some lightning. Many areas of rotation as well as downbursts. A lot to track here. I know it's a lot to track for the National Weather Service's Gay Alert as well. So be patient with us here as we have just multiple storms popping up across the whole entire region that we're trying to all keep straight.
Yeah. You see there's probably like 50 individual cells across northern Michigan right now, and all of them are doing their own thing. So it's just like boom, 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 looking around all these single cells. And the best rule of thumb on a day like today, when you have so much instability, so much lift, basically the 4 main ingredients, shear lift, instability, moisture, when you have all 4 of those ingredients, severe weather is likely pretty much anywhere. And again, on a day like today where you do have a decent amount of all of that, you do want to take any garden variety thunderstorm rather seriously, because it can really start to produce damaging winds in seconds to minutes time. And on top of that, obviously you have frequent cloud to ground lightning that's ongoing as well with how much CAPE we have out there. So if you're out like the golf course, the lake today, When you hear thunder, you do want to be going inside. And a reminder that lightning can strike multiple miles away outside of a thunderstorm. It's called bolts from the blue. So if you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning by technicality. Alert just came in from the National Weather Service Detroit, not for, well, technically EGLE, not for anything severe weather related, but we do have an air quality advisory now issued for the thumb of Michigan as well as the Tri-Cities. So that's Midland, Bay, Saginaw, Tuscola, Sanilac, and Huron counties. Air quality alert for Friday due to wildfire smoke returning to the region once again. Just thought I'd throw that in there real quick. Looks like it's still gusting out near St. Helen. If you're in St. Helen, especially western Ogemaw County, this cell is continuing to show strong gusty winds in the vicinity. So be on alert here across Roscommon, Ogemaw counties. A bunch of cells that are showing signs of stronger winds. Nothing severe at the current time, but it could change in moments' time. I'm going to go ahead and read off our sponsors, our trusted partners here at MSC. As a reminder, I believe our applications have closed to become a trusted partner for the remainder of the summer. We could open them back up probably towards the end of the year once we get into 2026. But here are our trusted partners here at MSC. Again, we can't do what we do without our sponsors, trusted partners. So feel free to support them, give them your business. And again, they're all vetted and trusted partners for a reason. We have done background checks, check for insurance, all that stuff for you guys so that you don't have to. So on any severe weather days, if you want to reach out to us when you do have storm damage, these are the partners to turn to, and we'll get you guys in touch with these businesses. Starting with StormGuard Roofing and Construction, based out of North Metro Detroit. Lifestyle Exteriors, based out of Lansing and Traverse City. Katz Roofing and Siding, based out of Lansing and Potterville. Pro Powder Inc., for all your powder coating needs, out of South Haven. Got Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, based out of Sanilac and St. Clair counties. McKay Tree Specialists, based out of Southeast Michigan. Kuiper Tree Care, based out of West Michigan. In the Lower Peninsula, turn to FBI Buildings for all your barn dominium needs. On Top Roofing, based out of Livingston County. Schneider Commercial Building Solutions for all of your commercial roofing needs, based out of Lansing. For all of your insurance adjustment needs, based out of Lansing, Shield Public Adjusters. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, based out of West Michigan. A-Class Construction and Restoration, based out of Mason County. Also in Kent County, you have Rainbow Restoration. Rapid Radios for all of your LTE wireless radio needs. Turn to Rapid Radios, our trusted partner for all chasing communications here at MSC. Guardian Technologies for all of your security camera needs and access controls. Feel free to turn to Guardian, based out of Burton, Michigan. Also our sponsor of our Skynet Cam here at MSC. And lastly, we have the Ronald McDonald House of Detroit. Feel free to donate to the Ronald McDonald House of Detroit today. To help out families in need to deserve the comfort they deserve help families in need find the comfort they deserve in times of sickness. So please donate to the Ronald McDonald House today to help out. Again, it's a very nice charity to donate to there, so feel free to support them. And as always, support all of our business and trusted partners here at MSC as we go throughout the rest of 2025. We have a couple other super chats to read off here real quick as well. We have JCB Music Group with a $5 super chat. I go into work at 5:30 Grand Rapids, Kentwood. Should I make it before they start? Tough to tell. Obviously, we can't tell you exactly when a storm is going to hit, but on most of our models here, they have been showing Grand Rapids area around 5 o'clock to be a little bit rainy and stormy. So keep that in mind as you do go into work. It's probably close to about a 40% chance at the current time. So just be on alert. and allow yourself extra time as needed. Got Megan Dyson in here with a $2 super chat saying you guys are the best. Thank you, Megan, as always, for your support. And we do have JCB Music Group back for 2 gifted memberships here for our YouTube subscribers. And lastly, Deb TJ, $10 super chat. Please note, power company for Northeast Michigan is Presque Isle Gas and Electric, PIGE. 1,520 customers out at this current time. Thank you for that update, Deb, and your support of operations here at MSC. You guys are awesome. Also want to shout out our mods in here for helping out with chat. Seems like it was a little unruly today, but again, that's what the band hammer's for. If you're not appreciative of what we do here at MSC, you can just leave. That's easy as that. You don't have to comment about it. But again, we are here to help out all Michiganders, all 83 counties. We've been doing it since the start of 2024, and we have not missed a single tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Michigan since that date. So for all of your severe weather coverage needs, feel free to turn to us when that happens. Thankfully, at the current time, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. Knock on wood, I'm going to do that right now because you never know when another one will pop up. Specifically, watching a core, Drew, I want to knock on wood, but it looks like there's a little bit of a hail core. It's popping up just south of Posen right now. Perhaps close to 1-inch hail. 3D scan of the cell. Hail core to 30,000 feet. So that is something to monitor as it heads up towards Posen and Presque Isle at the current time. Trees down, power outage in Houghton Lake. Coming in chat here right now. Thank you for that report. Oh yeah, huge power outage just came in. Prudenville as well. So that was that cell that we were looking at that has now moved towards St. Helen. No warnings in the St. Helen area itself into Ogemaw County that I'm seeing. So it looks like it was that brief period where there was a downburst.
Yeah.
When did that pop up?
That was at
123.
123. Another one. It's earlier.
I'm going to go back and reload this real quick just to see what happened here. Because that is right when this cell looked like this. Correlation coefficient says there's a little bit of noise going on in this vicinity at 123. Drew, I don't know if you want to put that in the chat behind the scenes for a notice there. Feel free to take a picture of the radar real quick at that time if you want on my screen.
Yeah, I just got a screenshot here.
Because that's a pretty big power outage. That is 4,200 people in one outage in the Prudenville area. Most likely a downburst, but you know, on a day like today, you saw what happened in Sheboygan earlier. It's likely to occur downstate as well today, and it was on the south side of a cell where there's a little bit of a kidney bean shape, which would be signs of a very tiny couplet. And you can see that here on velocity where the reds and greens come close together. So that was 123 near Prudenville, where there is now a huge power outage. That storm has now moved off into Ogemaw County with less rotation. Although there is a hook. I'm gonna need Ryan in here. Just so he can take over so I can post this map for today, because it looks like I want to hop off just to take a quick break and get this post up for the severe maps for the rest of the day. And it takes me about 20 minutes, and that needs my undivided focus. So it's either that, or Drew, you're taking over for 20 minutes while I type in the forecast. You're going to hear a clickety-clackety keyboard man in the background.
Yeah, whatever works best here.
This radar you see on your screen is called GR2 Analyst, Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst. This is also the version 3. You can buy it on your PC only. It's a couple $100, so it's pretty expensive, but it is a one-time payment. And you can customize it. You can customize the road colors, put in any place values you want to put in. It's basically like radar, but you can customize it in any way you want. So it's pretty cool. And that's what we use here at MSC for you guys on stream. Drew's is Radar Omega. That is what is showing on the screen right now. There. So we switch between Radar Omega and GR2 all the time.
Again, we have multiple cells across the state. We're trying to keep up with, looking for anything sneaky to happen.
There it is. There's a special weather statement coming in. Just as suspected. Yeah, the storm is rotating. I can confirm that now for sure. Near West Branch. Waiting for that to pop in. Has not popped in yet.
Just popped up my end, so maybe in 15 seconds it'll be on your end.
I gotta like switch my radar sources to get it loaded in quicker. There it is. So the National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a special weather statement, which is for a strong thunderstorm, but not severe. It's like a level below severe. In this tan box you see on your screen, that is for the cell that we keep continuing to highlight that also brought those power outages to the Prudenville area. Heading into Rose City, Doppler radar at 1:15 p.m. was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Clear Lake or near St. Helen. Moving east at 40 miles per hour, the hazard here is wind gusts up to 40 and penny-sized hail. Source radar indicated weak rotation has also been observed on radar with this thunderstorm. So I don't know if you want to consider that tornado possible, but there is rotation. Yeah. There is rotation in this special weather statement, which is very rare to see. So it's rotation possible, or there is rotation, 40 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail with this special weather statement.
I will note, Joel, we have a power outage that just came in just southwest of Harrison with that cell. Approximately 347 people lost power with that cell as well. That just came in a minute or two ago.
Southwest of Harrison?
Yes. Lake
George, got it. So that is right in here. It's kind of weird. It's kind of in between all of these cells.
Yeah.
And the last big power just came in. 347 out there. Got a report in chat here saying damage here on Polish Line Road. Do you have a nearby city for that, Mariah? That would be awesome. Unfortunately, I don't know where every road is in the state. Otherwise, I'd be able to zoom in on that. Family in Hillman, did tornado hit or wind? Can't reach them. Again, the only possible place for a tornado from today has been in the, what was it called? It started with a W.
Wagon. talking about Sheboygan or with a tornado warning
it was
back?
called WEDOC. WEADOCK. As it stands right now, nothing else has been reported. I see the comment from Hillman. That has not been really in a tornado either. There's some gusty winds up there. In fact, there's a new statement that just came in as well. I'm going to go ahead and load that in. Hopefully, there it is. So kind of an extension of that warning that was out there earlier. This is for portions of Presque Isle in northern Alpena County for wind gusts up to 40 and nickel-sized hail. Locations impacted include Presque Isle Light, Presque Isle, Posen, Thompson's Harbor State Park, Cathro, and Lakewood, as well as Rockport. So that is that strong thunderstorm right now up here where that tan box is located in northeast lower Michigan. You also have Ogemaw County, which continues to show a little bit of weak rotation on the south corner of that storm, as denoted by the special weather statement as well. 40-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail in weak rotation. And this is heading for Rose City. So we're getting cells everywhere today.
Yeah. Cells up and down.
We thought we were going to get a breakthrough, and that has not been the case. Polish Line Road is in
cells.
Sheboygan. Thank you for that. Thank you. Again, if you have damage reports to send in picture-wise, feel free to throw those over our way. Send them in a comment, either here on Facebook, not in the live stream, of course, because we can't see on the live stream, but another one of our posts with a location. Otherwise, our Michigan Weather Reports page, it's a community page here on Facebook, send it in there. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, we have cells up and down this line here from Big Rapids, Mount Pleasant area, all the way to Rogers City area in northeast lower Michigan. So we have dozens of cells here that we're keeping an eye on for. We've had a history of mini downbursts, as well as areas of rotation, as well as mini hail cores as well throughout a lot of these cells here. So once again, the majority of these cells have a lot of heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and yeah, just a lot that we're tracking here.
As a reminder, we're also sorry, go ahead.
Currently just 2 special weather statements for now, but wouldn't be shocked if things try to ramp up again here shortly.
As a reminder, we're also tracking the heat today across the state. Some heat indices right now. It is a heat index of 104 in Oscoda, Michigan. We have 103 in Midland, 100 in Saginaw, got 100 over near Cairo, 101 Bad Axe, 101 Lapeer, 103 in Flint, 101 Lansing, 101 Ionia, 98 in Grand Rapids, 100 in Holland, 99 Benton Harbor, 101 Kalamazoo, 100 in Battle Creek, 101 in Jackson, 101 in Ann Arbor, 105 in Detroit, 102 in Monroe, 101 Adrian, 100 Hillsdale, 102 Coldwater, 99 in Three Rivers. So heat indices, Mason also 103 right now. Heat indices at or above 100 degrees across portions of the state today, and it is very humid. Those dew points in the mid 70s. If you're getting a number that's higher, it is likely because your weather station, your personal weather station, is in direct sunlight. That can kind of amplify those readings a little bit. But these are official MEDAR stations implemented across the state that do have official readings that are well collaborated.
Another special weather statement has just popped in for, I believe, Clare County.
Yep, the entirety of Clare County. There is a little bit of rotation on this one as well. Doppler radar at 158 was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Farwell, or 9 miles west of Clare, moving northeast at 45. It says winds in excess of 40 and nickel-sized hail are possible. Locations impacted include Clare, Farwell, Harrison, Springwood Lakes, Elbow Lake, Windover Lake, Bailey Lake, Five Lakes, Lily Lake, Lake George, 8 Point Lake, Temple, Cranberry Lake, Arnold Lake, Long Lake, Dock and Tom Lake, Dodge and Tow Line. Again, there's a little bit of weak rotation on that storm right here. northeast of Harrison right now. And again, that is in the radar gap too, so it's tough to tell what exactly is happening up there. But it does look like there's some upper level rotation, and there also is a hail core in that too. CC radar is picking up on that little pocket across the northeast portions of the county. Hail core on this is up at 30,000 feet. So that is
Joel, I'm here if you want me to take over for a minute.
Closing in on 1 inch hail. Thank you, Ryan. So for those who are curious, Ryan's going to take over for just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and get that forecast posted out on the page finally. In between all of these statements and warnings that are probably going to be coming in here in just a second. But yeah, Ryan's got you guys covered with Drew for a little bit, and then I'll be back in here.
Alrighty. My cam should be live. Perfect.
There we go.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We got quite a bit going on. Models, once again, have been a little iffy on today, and we're seeing that translate over to more coverage of storms than what was shown. Most of our storms, though, so far have remained north of M46 here, north of Grand Rapids. However, this line is kind of back building further south as well. There is a risk for storms today across much, if not all, of lower Michigan. Right now, across South and Central Michigan, you guys are clear. Anywhere north of GR, Grand Rapids, is dealing with either storms or rain in the areas. No warnings in effect, which is good news. Bunch of statements, though. A lot of these storms are exhibiting weak rotation within, but so far, nothing overly tight enough to really warrant concern. We did have a couple of reports of damage earlier. I'm sure Joel and Drew have covered that up in the Weedock area, just west of Sheboygan there from that earlier tornado-warned storm. They've marked that as possible damage from a tornado. Not confirmed yet, but it sounds like there's a good chance it may be tornadic in nature. We have several statements in effect here for gusty winds. We have one down here for the Hatton and Harrison area. Winds in excess of 40 and nickel-size hail. And also up here just north of West Branch in the Rose City area, this is going to be for penny-size hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds. So far, I can't say so far because I had a few warnings already, but as of right now, all these storms are sub-severe, but anticipation is for these to become strong to severe once again. Drew, how are we doing with outages? Have you checked lately?
We haven't had any major new ones come in yet. Last one that came in was at 151. I'm looking at via consumers right now. I do have also Michigan, the Michigan US Power Edge one pulled up as well, but I haven't seen anything major pop up in the past 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
As Ryan mentioned, we have a bunch of storms popping up. It looks like these cells that are more in northeast lower are a little bit more discrete, are now kind of combining a little bit. We'll see if it becomes more of a line here as it moves off towards Saginaw Bay and Lake Huron here. But once again, a lot of things to look at here. But as Ryan mentioned, currently no severe warnings in Michigan right now.
Yeah, I'm going to focus in here on this storm heading toward Buttman. Looking on my advanced radar GR2 behind the scenes, which you guys can't see, it's got a decent core on this storm. Wouldn't be shocked there's some perhaps nickel-sized hail falling with that. Wouldn't be shocked they statement that here. It'd be for Gladwin, perhaps Roscommon and Ogemaw counties as the storm progresses. This one right here, as it moves off toward like Buttman and Edwards areas towards 75. strong winds and hail possible with that storm that I'm seeing on radar here. This storm up here looks pretty gusty as well, heading just south of Maple Valley.
Yeah, I will say there is some CC with that hail core.
VIL's maxed out on radar Omega. I got a 1.07 inch marker on GR2. Looking at the core of the storm, it looks like it goes up a good 30,000 feet of the hail core. And aside from that, taking a vertical slice of the storm itself is up roughly. I can get an actual measurement on this. I just exited out my radar product. There we go. Try it again. We're up 52,000 feet with this storm. So this is a very tall, very healthy storm as it moves off into Buttman, Edwards, and perhaps West Branch. We're going to animate this. It should hit Edwards. What?
We have some new power outages coming in just northeast of Harrison. Quite a few that are loading in now.
All right. Yeah, this storm is likely strong, if not close to severe, as this moves in to Buttman and Edwards. So if you're in Buttman, Edwards, or anywhere around these areas, as well as West Branch, the storm is moving to the east-northeast. There's your motion on it. It may miss West Branch to the south there. At least the bad storm will. You're going to get rain here regardless in West Branch. But this storm right here, just north of or west of Buttman, is our concern. It's heading toward Edwards and perhaps the south side of the West Branch area. Hail on that, definitely probably close to pennies, if not nickels, maybe close to quarter. And winds with this storm look pretty gusty as well. Very tall, very healthy storm here. Wouldn't be shocked if they were to statement or warn this. This is going to be in northwestern Gladwin County, moving into the southeast part of Roscommon and southwest part of Ogemaw counties. This appears to be the strongest storm that we have currently on radar at this current time. I will take a brief look up here in Long Rapids area for one of these storms that caught my eye. There's some areas and perhaps pockets of some downbursts ongoing, which is some gusty winds. I don't see anything indicating severe per se, but definitely could be some stronger winds embedded within these storms up here in Alpena and Montmorency County, perhaps the southern part of Presque Isle as well. So no warnings at this current time. I'm kind of shocked they haven't extended the statement over. As Drew mentioned, we have outages now coming in from the northeast Harrison area, which is right here as the storm kind of progressed off to the east-northeast. So somewhere in this vicinity, the storm is producing outages. How many people you say, Drew?
We had one box here of 88, but we've had a lot of like mini reports via consumer. So I'm waiting for them to kind of show a bigger box of how many people were affected. But easily, if you 100 or 200 about, because we got one area of 88, and then we have a bunch of other blue dots, but they haven't fully analyzed or put a box around it yet. So
okay. Thank you for that super chat, Marky Mark. And yes, I saw that in my feed this morning. It's unfortunate. Okay, taking a peek up here again, just kind of bouncing back and forth. There's a lot of storms that are ongoing. There's no one major storm that we're kind of like, oh, we got to watch this one close. I mean, the closest one we're going to get is the one we just talked about, moving into Gladwin County right now. That's going to be the one to watch. But other than that storm in particular, most of these are just kind of strong in nature. They're not really seeing anything that's screaming severe at this current time. The atmosphere today is supportive for damaging winds and perhaps some medium, maybe if we're unlucky, some larger hail embedded. But overall, winds are definitely a concern today. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado across the state today, just given there's a little bit of extra spin there, but not an abundance of it that makes us, really warranted for that as a high concern. But we do have enough there to kind of mention the possibility. We can't rule it out, especially if we get cell mergers or if there's any like boundaries that storms can interact with and kind of enhance themselves in certain ways. There's not a whole lot of spin by itself for storms to rotate by themselves, but if we can get some extra stuff to come together, that'd be how we're going to get anything tornadic today. Again, currently further south by the major populated areas, Grand Rapids, Lansing, Detroit, Flint areas, there's nothing on radar at this current time. And as on your screen there, current time is 2:10 p.m. Eastern. So we'll have to track this as we move into the afternoon hours, into the evening hours. We're going to be live here probably for a while. I had to imagine tracking these storms. So it might be a pretty long stream today. Let's hope it stays relatively calm in nature. But I would expect there to be at least a couple more warnings throughout the day today. Threat should be over by the time we get to about 10 p.m. to midnight. Last I checked the models. So after sunset, things should wind down pretty quickly. It looks like okay, that's an old statement popping in now. Okay, never mind. I thought we had a new statement popping in, but I guess not. Let's go ahead and take a peek back here at this Buttman cell. It's now directly over Buttman. It still looks pretty gusty in nature. Let's check out our hail tracker. And it's not updated at this current time, but you could definitely tell the hail on this. Nice core there moving toward Buttman. So Edwards and Buttman areas should be inside. Away from windows if possible.
Currently, we have 3 special weather statements in place right now. Wouldn't be shocked if we see a few more, or perhaps maybe a warning eventually. This line just continues to become more impressive via reflectivity here as it moves off to the northeast here. And as Ryan mentioned, that's really the 2 main regions that we're kind of focusing on, is mainly northeast lower Michigan.
Looks like we've lost the radar in northern Indiana today. So hopefully we don't have any cells down here in like Berrien, Cass, San Joseph branch area, because that's going to be a loss on our radar. Grand Rapids can still pick it up. It's just a little bit harder to depict stuff. But it looks like it's offline. Good news is nothing's further downstate at this current time. Joel is taking a brief break. He is getting the forecast for today pumped out. So stay tuned for that on our Facebook, X, and Instagram, as well as Threads sometimes. For sure on Facebook, for sure on X. Instagram's a little iffy sometimes. Most of the time we get stuff up on Instagram. But Threads limits us on our character limit, so we can't really usually post our forecasts there.
I'm still here. I'm still typing.
Hey, he's still here. Don't be stalking us, Joel.
Current meso update shows 3,000 to 3,500 Cape throughout the majority of lower Michigan, which is plenty enough instability for storms to become severe. Better wind shear is moving more into Canada, but we still have enough where we could get an isolated report of severe weather. We'll have to be on the lookout for the MCV later tonight in portions of west and southwest Michigan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, but is the threat supposed to be over by 10 or so tonight, or is it going to go later than this morning's model showed?
I have it done by 11.
Okay, so that's right. That's what I was thinking this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, models still, like the latest model run I'm looking at here behind the scenes, it doesn't have any of these storms up there in northern Michigan. It's just complete
Garbage
on the models the past 3 weeks. It's like you're just better off using your meteorological skills to forecast this instead of using model guidance. Which usually there's a blend of both that goes into forecasting, but when you don't have models kind of giving you a good, like we always say, I said this last night, I'll say it again. We always have a saying here that models can get you close, but never exact. And lately the models have never gotten us close. They've not gotten remotely close on today or yesterday. So it's a little difficult for us to forecast this. We got to kind of use our knowledge of, hey, this is what happens when we have these types of setups. This is Michigan, just kind of use our local knowledge of things a bit better. But this line is increasing in velocity, or not velocity, but in reflectivity, as Drew mentioned. Looks like there's a pocket of damaging wind, or not damaging, a pocket of perhaps stronger wind just south and a little bit west of Rose City. It's currently not warned, but you can see the increase there the past couple of scans. I would not be shocked if they slap a warning on that. That continues across M33 here and follows F26 to the east towards Camp Lou Lely. Oh, I got that right. Shady Shores, Long Lake area. New statement coming in now. Let's go ahead and see what this is about. I didn't see the counties on that, but it'll pop on my screen here momentarily. I'm going to guess it's probably going to be right in this area. I'm waiting for it to pop in. Joel says, yep, like I got it right. I don't know yet. Looks like Aranac and Gladwin. Oh, it's a big one. They're going winds to 50 and half-inch hail. So they're going basically just below severe limits with this. Severe winds start at 58 miles per hour or greater, and this statement is up to 50. So we're close, just not quite there yet. It is, we kind of back this up and animate this. You can see the line is increasing in intensity. So as it continues, if it does continue to increase and kind of organize better, I would be on alert here out ahead of this in Iosco, Aranac, and perhaps even parts of Alcona and Bay counties as this line progresses to the east.
30 people have now lost power in Buttman. That report just came in 3 minutes ago. And that's once again with that line.
Okay. Yeah, that did have a nice hail core on it there for a brief second, and it did look gusty. It's kind of taking a step backwards in terms of its intensity on radar, at least, versus what it was looking there. But we'll track it here, and I think the focus is kind of shifted further north here toward that Rose City area. That pocket still hanging out there. In fact, the latest scan does increase that further. I'm getting on GR2 here close to 45 mile per hour winds on that one now. And there is a statement there in Rose City for wind gusts up to 40 and penny size hail. This is going to move very close to Rose City. Should pass just south of the downtown region. This is heading over here toward Shady Shores and Long Lake areas between F26 and F28. These have actual names: Rose City Circle and Sage Lake Road. This is going to be your area to watch here as it heads just south of Rose City. Let's go further north. Let's check out what's happening up here in the Gaylord region. Check out our velocity here. Got quite a few storms, but none that really stand out to me in terms of intensity. What's this over here? A little bit of a pocket of something. Is that clutter? It could be some stronger winds in this cell over here by Long Rapids. I'm actually getting a pixel of 58. So a small area there, perhaps. What's up here as well? Let's check that out. Yeah, could have a couple areas here with some stronger winds, pockets of those embedded. A statement is in effect there. This is going to be, I believe, for the southern part of Presque Isle County and the northern part of Alpena County. Winds up to 40 and nickel size hail is the statement text on that. That's going to be heading toward Presque Isle Township along US 23 here near Leroy, Ashland, Lakewood, Bolton, and Cathro as it heads toward Long Lake.
No new outages as of yet. The newest one was by Buttman. That came in about 5-7 minutes ago here. But once again, we're watching things behind the scenes here for additional power outages that are coming in. We had a lot of power outages that came around by the Houghton Lake area, as well as the northeast of Harrison. I think we had two areas that had over 1,000. Yeah, we had even one area that had over 4,000 people that lost power from these storms here. So we had definitely something big that happened here in terms of winds or something earlier on.
We'll have to kind of see what they're going to do with that area of damage they reported from the earlier tornado warning storm. I'm checking all of the usual data points we have, just kind of seeing if I can find some more information on what happened up there. I have not seen any reports or pictures of damage via our viewers. I have not been in our inbox this morning. I know Chandler has. And I'm sure if there was anything there, he'd send it our way. But so far, I have not seen any other reports besides the one that was dropped as a LSR, a live storm report or a local storm report via NWS Gaylord. I do want to take attention back down here to this cell near Buttman. The hail core on this has intensified again. And I believe we're starting to see a little bit of a wind signature develop here just to the south of Buttman over Sugar Rapids, where these reds and greens are kind of not meeting, but that's indicative usually of some gustier winds that are pushing outward here towards Secord Lake near Bowmanville and Hard Luck in a few minutes. So some gustier winds there. If I turn the hill tracker on, it's still not updated for me, but looks like the core on this storm is still very healthy. I'm getting 50,000 foot tops on it, which is a very tall storm. Actually, I'm getting 54,000 now, so it's still growing at that. It's very, very intense storm. Also, when I take note, I don't think this is legit or not because I've been watching this for the past couple of scans here, but I don't think it's legit. I think it's more so cluttered. But we're going to watch that closely just because this is looking like a little bit of rotation here, but looks like it's mostly side lobish, which means it's not really meeting up with our reflectivity scan. I'm going to watch that closely though, just because on the latest couple scans, it's kind of tried to look like it's tightened up a little bit, but I don't know if that's legit or not.
And we got 4 special weather statements in effect. No warnings as of yet. The storms that were more discrete in nature, as what Ryan is showing on via radar, are now more of a line. So that will definitely increase any damaging wind throughout potentially as it continues to move off to the east here. So we'll be looking for that here closely. But I would say that's the main focus right now in terms of any severe potential. We are watching any other storms to pop up here to become strong, maybe severe. But once again, main focus is with that line.
Post is up on Facebook, our latest outlook. Right as, of course, my apartment, which I moved out of yesterday, gets a special weather statement. How awesome is that?
New statement coming in here for Isabella County. It's going to be for 50 mile per hour winds and penny size hail. So I bet Joel is absolutely frustrated with this because the storm will be impacting his apartment basically head on. So sorry, Joel.
It's okay.
But yes, this is a decent looking storm as well. Looks like the updraft on this is just getting organized a tad bit more over the past couple of minutes. So no wonder they went ahead and put a statement on that. I would honestly be willing to bet that one of these storms or a part of this line here is going to go warned at some point before it reaches Lake Huron. It is getting organized and is going to push outward here. And we get these line segments like this, are all connected together. That's usually indicative that we could have some stronger winds with that. So far, I don't see any push out or bow with this, but just with the instability out there, I think Drew said we had like 3,000 or so surface scape out there. That's a really juiced environment for these storms to take advantage of. So we have the fuel for it. It's looking like it's trying to get organized. So I'd expect this to at least continue to do that. It's got a short window to do it until it reaches Lake Huron. Perhaps over here in Huron County needs to be on alert just because these could push your way And they probably will push your way across the Huron Bay. So if you're over there in the thumb, very tip top of the thumb, I'd be on alert here next 2 hours as these storms progress your direction. But for the most part, further north here, like toward the East Tawas City area, it's going to move on to the lake, and it will no longer be our problem. It'll be Canada's problem in a few hours. Let's go ahead and go back up here toward Long Rapids. Yeah, that just looks like a bunch of perhaps embedded areas and pockets of gustier wind. Nothing really stands out up here. Checking on velocity here. There's an interesting signature over here by Mansalona. It's on the backside though, so there's no wind with that. So yeah, for the most part, things up here for the north are becoming more tame, or looking at least tame for right now. I think the main concern is going to be with this line, in the short term at least. There is nothing on radar further downstate at this current time. Here's Detroit's radar. As you can see, it's completely clear down here in Detroit. And here is West Michigan. We have this line that potentially may backbuild further south here. So if you are over here on the west side, I expect there to be at least some scattered development of storms at some point this afternoon or evening. And also those are going to push eastward here toward the east side. So we need rain, honestly. And if we can get rain, especially, I believe the areas that are in a drought are kind of like this. Kind of like that rough estimate. That'll be beneficial. If you can get rain anywhere in that circle, that'd be great. I do want to take note, back up here to the north in Ogemaw County, a little bit of a pocket of damaging wind near West Branch is really starting to increase here as well. These winds have really started picking up intensity, and that's kind of expected with this line as it organizes itself. So watch that a little bit closely. Right now on radar, I believe it's going to be right around 45 or so. Yeah, 44.74 there on radar Omega. On GR2, it is 44.7 as well. So I also want to take note up here, a little bit of a notch. Maybe more of a hail core. But it's worth watching this line. I know I keep saying it, but this is really the only thing I have to talk about right now with no warnings in effect. This is the very heavily stabilized line here for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds and penny to nickel size hail. Are you back?
Oh, we got Joe back.
Are you back, Joel?
I am back.
You are back. You know what that means?
No, he's just gone. All right.
No, I got a lot of work to do. So
Okay.
I'll be here if you need me.
Sounds good. So I was in the process of getting that Outlook out for y'all on Facebook. It has been officially posted. Let me get the prompt in for our mods. Copy link.
Once again, main storm action is currently along and north of Road 46 right now. Not saying we can't get storms south of there later on today, but that's really just the main focus right now. No storms currently in eastern Michigan or southern Michigan or southeast Michigan right now. Once again, there could be storms later on, especially in southwest Michigan later on today. Main focus is this line of storms that stretches from Mount Pleasant all the way until Alpena. That is moving off to the east towards Lake Huron. We do have a few additional cells behind southwest of Alpena around the Gaylord area, but those cells don't really look that impressive. Once again, there's been a lot of storms there. We've had a lot of instability, but that environment has been kind of worked over a bit. once again, I think that main focus will be Alpena to Mount Pleasant, with, once again, damaging winds being the main concern. We haven't had a severe warning in a hot second, but once again, not saying that's not impossible. We've had multiple special weather statements that have been pretty close to severe criteria. So that will be something we'll be on the lookout here for.
Trying to tempt fate there, Drew.
I said we would be on the lookout for. So
okay. Yeah, I'm honestly looking at 2 regions here along this Boeing segment, semi-Boeing segment, maybe 3 if you include the hailstorm up here, not HAIL, HALE. That is perhaps upper level. It's an upper level meso, so that whole entire storm structure itself is rotating around north of Hale. We'll keep an eye on that one, but in terms of damaging winds, there's a couple pockets in here near I believe that's the Secord Dam. Yeah, Secord Dam Road, so over Secord Lake, on 75 heading towards Skidway Lake, and then this big area of winds near West Branch.
Yeah, we're getting power outages really, they're starting to filter in here throughout this whole entire line. I'm going to read a few of them out here. We have a good chunk of power outages by Gladwin, Michigan, as well as Branch, especially Branch. We've had a few hundred people that have lost power in Branch, West Branch area by Highway 75, and we have more power outages. They're really starting to pop in here, Joel, throughout this whole entire line here.
Oh, yeah.
South Branch here. We have another one southwest of Curran, just more in the forest area here. So we're getting multiple parts throughout this whole entire line of power outages here, and these are hundreds of people that are losing power now. We got another one just that loaded in here. So yeah, we have pretty strong winds ongoing right now in this line, and I'm getting reports and pretty quickly here via Consumers Energy of multiple people. And yep, there's another one that just came in. Yeah, we're getting all kinds of power outages here throughout this line here.
So in terms of where these outages are going on the radar, I'm kind of just lining up, making sure there's no like rotation at the time here, or any CC drops. But this pocket right here, north of Hale, confirmed power outages ongoing. This pocket all along the M55 corridor from West Branch to the east also has power outages coming in. We have Secord Lake, this pocket right here, also has power outages coming in. And down here in spot number 4, Gladwin and Beaverton also has power outages coming in. All of these different pockets, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 all have damaging winds moving in right now across Ogemaw, Iosco, and Gladwin counties, eventually pushing towards Aranac County here soon, where portions of the county is in that special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. If you are in the path of these storms, please be taking shelter inside, away from any walls that have trees that could fall on them. And there is the severe thunderstorm warning right on cue. This is a observed severe thunderstorm warning coming in right now. One of the rare instances where we do have, instead of radar indicated, we do have radar or spotter / emergency management confirmed severe thunderstorm warning. So that'll pop in just a second. That's going to be for this entire line, all up and down Iosco, Ogemaw, Aranac, and Gladwin counties, as we wait for the NWS API to throw in this alert in about 30 seconds. GR2 needs to get whatever API radar Omega has, Drew. Cause,
yeah, for real. It just loaded on.
Yeah,
it's already on my end.
You can't even see it on mine yet. But you can see on radar, at least on the velocity radar, what we're looking at here are these pockets of red where they're brighter. That is the more intense winds that are ongoing. So you have pocket 1, pocket 2, pocket 3, and in a way down here, pocket 4 near Gladwin. And a couple of these pockets are close enough to some greens where there could be a little bit of rotation mixing in. So it's kind of similar to what we saw earlier today in Sheboygan, where you have a couple Boeing segments here moving across the state, and one of those Boeing segments also does have rotation that's mixing in within the vicinity. So here's your new severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued this for Aranac, Central Gladwin, Ogemaw, and Iosco counties until 3:30 p.m. Eastern. At 2:32 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Rifle River State Park to Alger to near Wooden Shoe Village, moving east at 40. We have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, and it is emergency management confirmed tree and power line damage in northwestern Gladwin County. Damage to roof siding and trees is expected. Severe thunderstorms will be near Elder and Skidway Lake around 2:35. Sterling, Long Lake, Maple Ridge, hail around 2:40. Whittemore, Plainfield Township around 2:45. Omer, Twining, Turner, National City 2:50. We got Standish around 2:55. Tawas City 3 o'clock. East Tawas in All Gray around 3:05. All Sable and Tawas Point State Park around 3:10. Other locations impacted by these severe thunderstorms include Prescott, Wilbur, and Sidtown. For your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. As a reminder, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 0.75-inch diameter hail ongoing within this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a good example, Drew, of why we stay live even when there are no severe warnings ongoing, because we're watching radar as it progresses across the state. Still strong storms ongoing, and we just have that feeling, severe thunderstorms could pop up again, and this is what we have right now in multiple spots across the area. Looks like we still have more outages coming in.
Yeah, we're slowly getting more still east of South Branch. Still getting reports. Got some by Greenwood as well. Yeah, it's getting just throughout this whole entire line, we're getting still scattered reports of power outages here. Got another big one that just came in once again by the Gladwin area, east of Gladwin, by Wooden Shoe Village, by Road 61 here, going east. So if I'd be downstream, down by Standish, Deep River, Sterling, Prescott, Sand Lake as well, and many other towns and cities that Joel mentioned, I'd definitely be on the lookout for, once again, severe winds.
Yeah, the M61 corridor right now is going to be this cell right here in this vicinity. We do have gusty winds moving across I-75 at the M33 exit. So Skidway Lake, gusty winds rolling down M55 as well through Ogemaw County, about to enter into southwestern Iosco County, which would be Whittemore and points north, where M55 does meet M65. And then we have up here towards Hale and points north, also confirmed outages coming in kind of by the Four Corners region of Iosco, Ogemaw, Oscoda, and Alcona counties. That is from this little cell right here. You can see a velocity in the reds. Brighter reds means heavier winds, and that is continuing off into portions of rural Iosco counties. So if it continues off to the east, east-northeast, maybe clipping Oscoda, otherwise getting closer to Mikado if it continues more in a northern direction. If you know anybody in the Saginaw Bay region, feel free to like and share, show you care. It's the best way to help out your fellow Michiganders. Even if you don't know anyone in this area, the like does help the algorithm bump it out to more Michiganders around the state. So as simple as hitting the like button, it's free to do. That you never know whose life you could honestly save, because it just pushes out at random to Michiganders across the state of Michigan. So again, hit that like button. You might be just saving a life, you never know. And again, we're here to cover all Michiganders across 83 counties from beginning to end when severe weather occurs in the state. We have been live here, Drew, for almost 4 hours now, with the first warnings popping in early this morning in Emmett and Charlevoix counties. And since then, had a couple strong storms move across the state. We had a tornado warning in Sheboygan County. And now we're into severe weather ops part 2 in quotation marks for the Saginaw Bay region.
Once again, this line has a lot of lightning as well as it continues to mature and become more of a organized line. It has lots and lots of lightning, very heavy rainfall as well throughout this whole entire line, stretching from the severe thunderstorm warning as well. So I'd definitely be on the lookout for that as well. We are still getting power outage reports in Alger, as well as portions of West Branch, and even a few areas in Prescott as well. So we are still continuing to get scattered power outage reports here as this continues to move off to the east here.
As a reminder, our severe weather outlook has been posted on our Facebook page, our X page, and our Instagram page. Our username is MI Storm Chasers if you want to go check that out. We do have a widespread low risk in effect, which is a level 2 of 6 on our scale. The SBC has a level 2 of 5 on their scale, so they went up and we went down. Nonetheless, odds are odds. So no matter what, if you are in the Lower Peninsula today, you do still have a slight chance or a low chance to see severe weather. Again, those odds are around 15% chance when you do have a storm hit you, that storm will produce damaging winds. For example, that's our leading threat today. There is a low threat for hail and tornadoes as well, so feel free to go check out where exactly we have those zones on our forecast maps. Again, it can be found on Facebook, Instagram, or X at the username MI Storm Chasers. If you're following us on Facebook, our username is just Michigan Storm Chasers. Make sure it has the blue verification mark next to it. That is us. And we have about 454,000 followers now on Facebook, so feel free to join the nearly half of Michiganders in following our Facebook page. And it looks like National Weather Service Detroit is getting in on the alert issuance. Looks like Midland Bay, Saginaw are about to get some special weather statements here. Mount Pleasant gusted to 43 just now, miles per hour. So if you're in Mount Pleasant, let us know if you got any tree damage there. That special weather statement remains in effect for Isabella County till about 3:15, I think. Go ahead.
We have a special marine warning for Saginaw Bay, as well as, once again, that special weather statement that is in effect for Midland County, Bay County, I believe, and Saginaw County. Yep.
So here's that new tan box on the screen.
Yep.
It says, Doppler indicated strong thunderstorms at 240 along the line, extending from near Skidway Lake to near Rhodes to Shepherd, moving east at 40. Winds here are almost severe at 50 miles per hour, as well as half-inch hail. This will be... There's a lot of cities in here. Again, if you're just anywhere in Midland County, Bay County, you are in this special weather statement, as well as northern Saginaw County. So if you're in southern Saginaw County, you can see it cuts it off. So Burt, Chesaning, Montrose is in Genesee. So Chesaning, Oakley, Burt, not in the special weather statement. But if you're in St. Charles and Birch Run points north, you are in the special weather statement as this line continues to sag a little bit further south. Main concern right now is the severe thunderstorm warning to the north, which has already been trimmed back a little bit. West Branch, Rose City no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. But Prescott is, as these storms are bearing down on Prescott. Watching very closely. There's a lot of kinks within this line. You never really want to speculate, but at the same time, big power just came in, I see. Or is that correct?
Yeah, huge one by Alger. 1,681 people without power right along Interstate 75 here. So a huge swath of people that just lost power in that region here. We also have power just coming in from Mount Pleasant as well. We have on the north side of town, we have 221 people without power and a few other reports coming in just now, just northeast of Mount Pleasant as well. So we are getting power outages in the Mount Pleasant region as well. And that'd be more on the north side of town. Once again, guys, we are having all kinds of power outages being reported. These winds are severe. They are reaching the ground, and they are causing damage. Please take this line seriously. This line that is down by Mount Pleasant is continuing to strengthen as well. So really up and down this line, be on the lookout for severe damaging winds.
So that pocket,
Okay.
that power outage that Drew was talking about for Aranac County is the entire northwest corner. So this little area right in there has a big power outage right now along I-75 in Alger. And that is the pocket you can see on velocity, those brighter reds are at. That is continuing to push over Forest Lake Drive, heading right down Maple Ridge Road into the vicinity of Prescott now, which is in portions of Ogemaw County. So Ogemaw and northern Aranac want to be on alert there. A lot of outages coming in today. Consumers alone now has about 11,500, and a new power outage coming in. Drew, if you want to read that off, that is Ogemaw, I believe.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Another, wow, 2,562 people in this area now, too. We have, yeah, very strong winds ongoing here, guys. And once again, just north of Alger. Yeah.
That's going to be, I think that's M19.
Yes, it is.
Rifle River Trail. Elbow Lake.
Yep, and include.
Yeah, all of Skidway Lake is now without power.
Yep, as well as Elbow Lake as well. Whole entire area just lost power due to these really strong winds ongoing here, guys. So if I'd be downstream, Prescott, Whitemore, Maple Ridge, Mason, anywhere along Turner Road as well, all the way to Lake Huron, as well as East Tawas as well. I'd be on the lookout here for severe winds here because they are definitely reaching down to the ground here and they're causing some pretty significant damage here.
Now this pocket in Iosco County between Whittemore and Hale shows the strongest winds at 60 miles per hour. However, there's not too many power outages coming in. There's one along M65 just south of Hale. But again, in some instances, you can still get a lot of damage when there's not power outages happening. It's just a matter of how many trees are falling away from the power lines that are out there. So just because the power outage map is not lighting up for Iosco County right now, west central Iosco County, doesn't mean damaging winds are ongoing. You can see on radar these huge bright reds in Hale and Whittemore area are 60 miles per hour. Those turn into yellows. Those are 60 mile per hour pixels moving through the county. We also have this little spot up here south of Glenny that is producing power outages at the current time. So basically this entire line, Iosco down to Aranac County, is all severe winds ongoing. So treat it as such. Make sure you're sheltering in away from any exterior walls that have trees that might fall on them. You do not want to be underneath a tree, find yourself trapped underneath a tree when these storms come through. So interior room, a basement obviously going to be your best bet. As a reminder, damaging straight line winds can bring down just as many trees as a weak tornado would. So a lot of damage reports coming in now from northwest Gladwin County. That was what triggered the severe thunderstorm warning. This current time, the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Aranac, Iosco, portions of Ogemaw, and Gladwin. Likely to get trimmed back here very shortly. Very potent line. And this will continue towards the thumb as well. If you know anyone in the thumb region, so Tuscola, Sanilac, Huron counties, Bay County, please share this with them probably as soon as possible. Let them know severe winds are on the way. As these storms roll onto the Saginaw Bay, these storms can pick up their wind speed a little bit because there is a less friction at the surface as interacting with the storms above. So they have unimpediment across the lake, pushes into Huron County. And sometimes in Huron County, when there's a lot of surface vorticity out there, a lot of funky things can also happen. Which, let me go and double check the cheat codes behind the scenes. Hey, look, there's surface vorticity in the thumb. What did I just say? So if you're in the thumb, you want to be watching out for sneaky spin-ups later, as well as 60 mile per hour winds, perhaps 65 to 70 in spots as well. But at the current time, this is a level 1 severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds and 0.75 inch hail. The storm is moving off to the east still at 40 miles per hour.
We have another surge of power outages, Joel, just northeast of Sanford, east of Coleman, a little bit further south, southeast of Gladwin here. We got about 1,450 people without power. So that is outside, I believe, the severe thunderstorm warning that we're currently tracking. That'd be more, I think, in Midland County.
Yep.
If I'm right. Yeah.
US 10 corridor from Coleman down to Stanford. The outage I'm seeing here is north of Stanford and Larkin. So in the area of Hope, Michigan. So that would be right where this pocket of greens is showing up. That is the vicinity of M30 in Midland County, north of Stanford. So even outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, again, that's why the statement is in place for Midland and Bay County. It may not be a warning, but a statement is there for storms that are just barely below severe limits. These are for 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even higher at this current time, rolling through northern Midland County and eventually into Bay County as well. I would imagine we're going to see some sort of warning here shortly for this area.
Yeah.
But the warning to the north does go all the way up to the Lake Huron shoreline. So if you're in Oscoda, Tawas City, Alabaster, Au Gres, all in this severe thunderstorm warning as the winds are still approaching off to the west. Probably got another 15 minutes, maybe 20 at the most. 40-mile-per-hour motion. Gives you time to prepare, relocate to substantial shelter as needed. The current time right now is 2:51 and 38 seconds on the bottom of the screen. Make sure you are matched up live if seconds do matter in your case. There's a 15 to 30 second delay here on Facebook and YouTube. If you want to go check us out on Twitch, the delay there is about 5 seconds. And again, our Twitch TV username is MIStormchaser, similar to everything else. But rough day to be traveling down M55 as well as US 23, the north-south corridor of M65, all within this batch of severe warned storms right now. Likely torrential downpours also ongoing. So on top of the damaging wind threat, you have just huge amounts of rain ongoing. These pinks here are all heavy rain spots. Likely some small hail mixing in. But if it's not, it is very, very large droplets in basically whiteout conditions. So best bet is to pull off as far as possible on the side of the road and just wait it out. Again, nothing in terms of tornadoes at the current time, but there are a couple notches within this line that you never know until survey comes through later on. Like there's a notch right now, for example, on Kokasing Road and Monument Road, that intersection there, and that is producing a couple power outages still. Iosco County, yes, a couple. It's also very rural, well, semi-rural out
It
there.
is. Yeah, it is in the Huron National Forest, so
Correct, yeah.
I'd assume there wouldn't be too many people that would be there. We are still getting lots of power outages here in portions of Midland County as well as northwestern portions of Bay County. Really throughout that whole entire line, they're just continuing to trickle in here. So that is the main area in terms of power outages that we're getting from. Not saying, as Joel mentioned, that we're not getting severe winds outside of these power outages, but there could be isolated regions where there's less people that might be living in, or a few instances where damaging winds aren't pushing those trees that are getting knocked over into the power lines. Regardless, take this whole entire line seriously, in my opinion, from basically just north of Alma all the way to the east Tawas, if not a little bit further north. Want to get another city up here.
Oscoda.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, even
all the way up there.
Even further north too. There's nice heavy rain showers that might be producing some gusty winds. Harrisville, Lost Lake Woods, Osneek, but those are going to be quickly pushing onto Lake Huron in the next 10 minutes. Thunderstorms still possible back off to the west as well. Frederick, Lovells, Lewiston, up towards Atlanta, Hillman, not severe. Winds may be gusting to 30 at most, but looks like just some garden variety thunderstorms at the current time. Some garden variety rain showers further north towards Sheboygan in northern Otsego County as well as Presque Isle County. Further back off to the south, in terms of West Michigan, the closest thing to West Michigan at the current time is this cell on M66 in the Lakeview area. Otherwise, as Drew mentioned, Alma and points north is where the main batch of storms are right now. We will be watching this area of southwest Michigan over Lake Michigan later this evening and afternoon for development of another line of storms that could be moving in towards West Michigan later tonight. And again, the timing on this is anytime between now and around 11 o'clock tonight for severe weather. Depending on how fast or slow this goes, eastern Michigan would be in a threat later tonight. Again, it's going to be closer to those dark hours of sunset and later, so our instability starts to taper off a little bit and allows for these storms to become less severe. So keep that in mind if you're in eastern Michigan. Might not get the severe that places up north are getting, but nonetheless, still a threat throughout the remainder of today. I'm going to go ahead and update my storm motion vector on this. This is going to be 270 at 43. There we go. Updates the velocity product a little bit. Yeah, these winds are, it's a nice pocket of winds there. Traveling right through the center of Iosco County, and more power is just continuing to be sprinkled in.
Yeah.
Holy cow, Sand Lake. That is going to be right north of M55. So this entire area right now is getting blasted with a lot of wind. I'm trying to figure out where that is, kind of matching it up here. Yeah, Sand Lake.
Once again, just want to stress the importance of it's that area that Joel mentioned, and also once again in Midland and Bay County, we were just getting endless reports of power outages here. So this whole entire line really is producing really strong damaging winds. So please take shelter and get inside your home into a interior room away from windows, because once again, this hasn't been, a 5 to 10 minute burst. We've been getting nonstop power outages here for the past 15 to 30 minutes here now, throughout this whole entire line. So take this seriously, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I see my mic is a little quiet. I'll bump it up by a couple decibels here. Hopefully that is a little bit better.
Once again, that's kind of the importance of why we stayed live. We knew that there was still that threat for severe weather still present with this line, and look at this line now. It's producing widespread severe weather. So I'd be in the northern parts of the thumb as well, as Joel mentioned, like Huron County. I would be on the lookout for this line as well as it continues to blast off to the east here.
Wow. Now, I'm looking back further south here. These storms are entering. Yep. There's a ton of power outages from the Rhodes area too. So these winds are gusting fairly heavily as they enter northern Bay County right now. This tiny little peninsula of Bay County. Pinconning as well is going to be impacted by these gusty winds in a moment's time. So, and we even saw 43 mile per hour winds back in Mount Pleasant. So if you are from Midland north, please be on alert for winds of 45, probably higher. Statement in effect for Midland Bay and Saginaw for 40 mile per hour winds, but it is likely gusting to 50 or 60 right now in Bay County, or about to be in Bay County, if not already. 60 mile per hour winds continue across Iosco County, the entirety of Iosco County, and the entirety of Aranac County getting full-on blasted with these damaging winds right now. The Consumers Energy outage map continues to light up, kind of like what we see on severe weather days, where there's a giant bow segment across the lake, or it comes across the lake, moves on land, and you just see all these power outages sprinkle in. That's basically what's happening right now in Iosco County. We are now over 20,000 alone from Consumers Energy. So if you're in Tawas City, Eau Gray, Oscoda, these power outage swaths are heading your way, and that lines up pretty well with what we're seeing on radar here in terms of our damaging winds. Again, this is our velocity product, so all of these brighter colors in the reds turning into yellows, those are all pixels of about 60 miles per hour or higher in spots. 60, 61, 62, 63 miles per hour. Granted, that is, 5,200 feet, that's a mile off the ground, but there are signs where these winds are mixing down to the ground right now, so you should be taking this seriously. If you're in Oscoda, Tawas City, you have about 5 minutes. Same thing with Alabaster. all gray as well. Interior room, lowest floor, make sure you're protecting your head if you have no interior rooms. A bathroom with a bathtub is going to be your best bet, as that is technically an extra set of walls. Again, any way you can be away from walls that have trees next to them, the better chance at, not getting hurt. So as long as you're watching the stream here, you know what to do to take the necessary safety precautions. We don't recommend being in a trailer because, again, those things are poorly built. Trees can come crashing through pretty much everything. Those walls are cheaply made. So again, if you do have a place to relocate to, if you are in a trailer, now is that time to do it if you're in Alabaster, Tawas City, Oscoda. If not, again, interior room with a bathtub, best bet for surviving against falling trees, which is definitely happening right now, as confirmed. Both on radar, law enforcement has confirmed, and now we have these power outages coming in across the area. We have Whittemore that has now just completely lost power as well. So that is this pocket, the secondary pocket in southern Iosco County.
I want to clarify any confusion. There is a sand lake in Kent County, but there's also a sand lake here just northwest of Tawas City. So
Yes.
I've been seeing a few chats arguing about which sand lake it is. We're not talking about the sand lake in Kent County. This is the one that is northwest of Tawas City, where we've had a surge of power outages. So once again, it's that sand lake. There is an actual sand lake, like a lake.
Yes. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in a state where we have like the second most lakes in the entire nation, I think Minnesota only beats us out because it's the land of 1,000 lakes. But we have like the second most lakes in Michigan. I, for one, can give you an example here. So I know of a portage lake up in Onekama, Michigan. There are across the state about 3 or 4, maybe more other different portage lakes in the state of Michigan. So kind of keeping that in mind. It is always, when you hear us speaking on stream here, it's always good to like look up and check on radar where exactly what sand lake we're talking about. And that sand lake is here in Iosco County. We do have a new warning coming in, and it's not severe related, but it is a flash flood warning, and that is up here in northeast lower Michigan, issued by the National Weather Service in Gaylord for northwestern Alpena County and southeastern Presque Isle County until 6 p.m. tonight. At 3 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rains across the warned area. 1 to 2 inches of rain have already fallen. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This flash flooding is caused by thunderstorms. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Presque Isle Light, Presque Isle, and Posen. Remember to turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roadways. That is very important. We've seen this many times. If you can't see the road in front of you, if it is completely waterlogged, water's over it, you need to be turning around and going a different direction because you don't know if there is a washout below that. We saw that in the Upper Peninsula yesterday where there's entire culverts and roads completely washed out that were covered by water that was rushing across the road. So you could drive, all of a sudden, boom, you're down 10 feet into a culvert that washed out. Whose fault is that? It's yours. So make sure you turn around, do not drown. If you cannot see the road bottom, that is where that rule of thumb is good to come into play. A 5-minute detour could just save your life or save the life of those rescue people that have to put their time and effort into rescuing you because you made a poor choice. So remember, turn around, don't drown. If you encounter flooded roadways, you need to be making sure to make or find an alternate route. So that is US 23 from Presque Isle down to Rockport, as well as Posen, the M65 corridor from Posen down to just north of Lachine.
I will mention too, Joel, looks like we had a CC area just north of Whitemore. I'm trying to figure out behind for Whitemore, it looks like it was from hail, I think, potentially, but I'm trying to figure out behind the scenes here because it was pretty well pronounced for a few scans from basically just west of the town, northeast. Once again, it's pretty hard with how far away this is all at. In my opinion, I think it looks more to be hail.
Looks like hail.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Just wanted to mention that. So we do have hail mixing in with these storms as well. The majority of the hail is sub-severe. Once again, wind is the main concern here as this line moves to the east. Checking for more power just here. Still getting a lot reported here. Southwest Tawas City by Twinning, as well as Hurdle. A lot of these communities are pretty small here. I'm going to try to look at radar omega instead. Go ahead, Joel.
I was just going to say it's pronounced Whittemore's, 3 syllables there, because there's an extra
Okay,
T.
Whittemore. Okay. Yeah, we have power outages by Whittemore right now. That just came in, yeah, about 10, 15 minutes ago. A lot happening, guys.
We now have power outages all the way up to Lake Huron, now Tawas City. Now getting in on the power outage action right where this apex of that bow is at. Again, that's going to be this spot right here, north side Tawas City. Following pretty much M55 as it's done so for the last half hour across portions of the Saginaw Bay region. Now crossing over Wilbur Road, traveling into Monument Road down into downtown. Also crossing Galleon Road and heading right down Davison Road. And there's also a nice pocket here on radar in the yellows. You can see that. That is crossing Wilbur Road at Sheer Road. Ironic, it's called Sheer, wind shear. And Curtis Road as well. So this entire swath of Iosco County, central, pretty much the smack dab center of Iosco County, heading into Tawas City and Oscoda eventually, is receiving multiple power outages right now. And this is pretty much all of the southern portions of the Huron National Forest. So likely a lot of tree damage coming in right now, but missing the power lines because of the rather small amounts of population out here. Again, there's a lot of roads, but it is the Huron National Forest. So it is dependent. Again, if you do live out here in Iosco County, damage reports are appreciated when it is safe to do so. What's up, Julie? I see my name in a sweating emoji. What did I say? Law enforcement reports few trees and power lines down in Mount Pleasant. And that was from earlier storms. I will say the storms in Mount Pleasant have moved off away to the east. There's another line trying to pop up behind it. Those right now do not exhibit strong to severe limits, severe winds on those.
Getting some power outages now by Tawas City.
Yep.
As well as a few areas just west of Glenwood Beach. Thankfully, I'm not seeing anything further south by Bay City or north of Bay City right now. We were seeing a lot in Midland County, but in terms of Bay County, it's been a little bit more quiet, thankfully. I'm going to do a quick, brief update here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in northeast portions of Illinois, the state of Illinois. So we'll be watching those storms eventually as they work their way towards southwest Michigan. We also have additional cells over Lake Michigan as well.
So that is the action for southwest Michigan coming later tonight. But as it stands right now, our main focus is Iosco, Aranet counties where this warning is in effect. If you're in Ogemaw County, Gladwin County, there are no more warnings, but you are picking up the pieces. There's another report here, unfortunately out of Gladwin. Emergency manager reports a tree on a power line, which then fell in a car. So unfortunate there. We also have so many damage reports in Gladwin County. Power lines and trees down, power lines and trees down. Emergency manager reports trees on power lines northwest of Gladwin. So basically, northern Gladwin County got hit pretty hard, and that continues to be as such. Again, if you have damage reports from this region, feel free to send them in to us on Messenger or in our Michigan Weather Reports community page on Facebook. I have not mentioned this yet in this stream, but we also have a Discord server. The link to that is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. We have a channel for damage that you can put those reports in, and no matter where you submit them, make sure you are doing so with a time, a location, and a measurement if possible. as these winds now close in on Lake Huron, Oscoda, Tawas City, Alabaster directly now. Now is the time for these winds to be moving in. So if you haven't taken shelter, you should, if you're hearing my voice for the first time, you should be taking shelter right now in these areas.
Once again, we have over 25,000, or between 25,000 to 26,000 people without power via Consumers Energy in the state of Michigan. And once again, the majority of these power outages coming from counties like Gladwin County, Roscommon County, Sheboygan County, Alpena County, really a good portion of the counties in northeast lower Michigan. So once again, take these winds seriously. As Joel mentioned, this line is on its last tail here in that region as it's getting close to Lake Huron, but anywhere along the communities that line up by Saginaw Bay should be taking shelter. And places in the thumb, once again, Huron County, definitely be on the lookout for this line as it moves off to the east here.
Yep. Thank you for that report. Anna with the East Tawas trees down. Make sure you're not speaking in all caps. The bot will automatically mute for a couple minutes if you do. So again, no caps. That way you can avoid the automated muter. No warning though for Midland and Bay, despite the fact there are strong winds moving through. As Drew was mentioning, it doesn't appear that there are too many outages coming in from Bay County yet. So good news there. There are outages coming in towards Midland, but they're very few and far in between. Same thing with Sanford. But yeah, plenty of outages coming in from All Gray. We have Tawas City, East Tawas, and Crook Dam Pond, Foot Dam Pond, northwest of Oscoda, now also getting a bunch of power outages in, and that is due to this behemoth of a storm that is in and rolling into Oscoda right now. All of these yellows right here are all pixels of 60 to 65 miles per hour. 66, 64, 63, yep. All up and down this US 23 corridor from Oscoda down to East Tawas. Multiple outages coming in now from there. So this is mixing down to the ground quite well. Nothing in terms of Alcona County, but likely still gusting Harrisville and points south. As a reminder, flash flood warning will continue through 6 p.m. for portions of southern Presque Isle and northern Alpena County for over 2 inches of rain that have fallen. Rain continues to fall there as well, only adding to the threat. And grounds are also saturated from last night's storms that rolled through there as well.
Joel, I will mention there is a new MD mesoscale discussion that is now out for southwest Michigan and portions of central Michigan for isolated strong to severe wind gusts possible through the afternoon. And that would be, once again, the storms that have just formed in Illinois. Those storms could go into Michigan. There is a 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued. Main threat would be winds from 55 mile per hour to 70 miles per hour, potentially with any storms that do form. So once again, 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued in southwest Michigan, as well as portions of central Michigan. So a few towns that could, and cities that include, would be portions like Benton Harbor, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, Lansing, barely including Grand Rapids, Hastings. Once again, you guys are in an MD mesoscale discussion.
The blue boxes you see on the lake, those are special marine warnings. So that's basically the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning on the water. And if we click on it, you can see what that is for. Wind gusts of nearly 50 knots is the main hazard. So that is about 55 to 60 mile per hour winds there over the lake. And as a reminder, everything on the water is measured in knots, so you kind of have to do a little bit of a conversion. 50 knots is about 57 or 58 miles per hour, so that's basically severe limits. 53 knots is 60 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning continues to get trimmed back further and further. Whittemore, hail and you could basically say Turner's outside of that severe thunderstorm warning now. If you're still in this orange box, you're still at the threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So respect the polygon, stay inside until these storms are passed and that warning does expire. This goes all the way down towards Standish and Omer and all gray. These winds are now pushing on to the Saginaw Bay. There's also a tiny island out here. If you know anyone that is fishing or boating on the tiny island in the Saginaw Bay, hopefully they can see the clouds and hopefully make it into shelter before those storms hit. There is a name for this island that is leaving my head right now. If anyone is a thumb resident that might know it, feel free to shout it out. I'm a geography major too, and I remember seeing it in geography class, but
it's Charity Island.
Charity Island, okay. So Charity Island is going to be impacted by these damaging winds very soon as they now push off onto the lake from All Gray.
I always thought that'd be a cool place to like just camp, like, or just like live. Imagine just living on an island and then having like storm complex just coming right at you.
Oh yeah.
As a chaser, at least.
So if you know anyone out there, let them know. I know the service is probably a little bad, but nonetheless, if there's a way to communicate with them. Good news is these gusty winds are now impacting Oscoda, I guess you could say. It's also bad news, but good news is that it will be over soon. There's no stopping this line of storms as it continue to traverse across Iosco County and Aranet County. We do have a couple outages up towards Au Sable and Oscoda now. Not too many. Going as far north as Harrisville as well, even up into Alcona County. But we may get a break very, very soon. Of course, I said that the last time, and look what happened. Look at this. We already have storms continuing to fire up on the Lake Michigan right now, and those are heading for southwest Michigan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they issue a severe thunderstorm watch soon for portions of Illinois, Indiana, and southwest Michigan here.
Mm-hmm.
So, briefly we'll mention this now. You know, this is why we always talk about, you know, being patient with a forecast. You know, we were mentioning it yesterday with the models as they weren't really showing any convection. They were uncertain on how things could play out. But we always want to be cautious with wording because when we have a lot of CAPE, a lot of instability, a lot of ingredients that are just slightly displaced, it doesn't take a lot. You know, let's just say if the models misinterpret, didn't get the dew points right, for an example, or certain things to play out. You know, we kind of saw how things played out today. Our dews were warmer than anticipated, which then caused these storms to be more organized in nature. We had better shear than anticipated, which then caused a lot of, once again, power outages and damage across northeast lower Michigan. And now we're starting to see severe storms popping up in Illinois. And once again, models like the HER were struggling to show convection forming, and we have some pretty strong storms that are developing. I'm looking at this one in Illinois now, and it has a crazy amount of lightning, which down there, I think their CAPE values are 4,000, I believe, if I double check here. But the point being is, with tricky setups, it's always important to be patient with them and see how they kind of play out. We can never just straight out tell you guys 2 or 3 days out, you know, if it's a tricky forecast. Nope, nothing to be worried about. It's something that we're just kind of slowly kind of waiting as it comes together. And then once the day kind of comes, then we track it as always if there is a severe threat that develops.
Sure, the best way to send us images, you can send them directly to our messenger if it's damage. If they're just normal cloud photos, or like if it's like a tornado or a funnel cloud you suspect that it is, again, you can just send them in to us. Other damage or any other cloud photos you can send to our Michigan Weather Reports page if they are severe related. If they're non-severe related, Michigan Storm Community. Those are both Facebook community pages. If you don't have Facebook or Messenger, if you have Discord, you can send them in there. If you truly don't have Discord or Facebook, we're also on X. On occasion, like if there's no other way to contact us, you can contact us via our normal email. That would be contact@michiganstormchasers.com, but we shy away from our normal email because that is more for business-related things. But it is there if that is the only way you can do so. Otherwise, our Michigan Weather Reports community page on Facebook is the best way. You can also send it via Messenger or our Discord channel. So as a reminder, 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch coming for southwest Michigan, as these storms from the Chicagoland region are moving in at some point later this evening. That being said, if you are in Muskegon, Oceana, Mecosta County, maybe Ottawa County, you are probably going to get skipped today in terms of severe weather, as it looks like this line is going to develop along 196 up to Grand Rapids and points south and east. I know Muskegon, Newaygo, Oceana County need the rain, but unfortunately it looks like it's another 1-2 skip for y'all. We'll see though, things can develop in minutes time, especially on a day like today where the instability is very, very high. So never count yourself out until the day is completely done. But we are watching Southwest Michigan entirely. If these storms do remain isolated in nature, we could see some supercells pop up, as this region of the state does have, Southwest Michigan specifically, has a decent amount of wind shear. Our helicity it's okay. It's 150, so that's enough for a little bit of rotation. Photographs, pretty straight, so this is more of a damaging wind threat, but still, again, if these storms are more isolated in nature, that results in more of an all-hazard threat instead of just a damaging wind threat, if that makes sense.
Yeah, right now we have a pocket of 4,000 surface-based CAPE in southwest Michigan, which once again, that is a lot. That's like 3 to 4 times the amount that what you typically need to see. Typically speaking, for severe weather, you need about 1,000. That's another 3,000 more in terms of just storm juice in the atmosphere. These storms could easily blow up here. Shear is a little modest, but still, we kind of saw that this morning where we had still not the greatest of shear, and even with this line, we have about 20 knots of effective bulk shear, and once again, that's present in this little area with that MCV. So we're gonna have to watch southwest Michigan here as these storms continue to develop. There is some spin supercell composite values of 2 to 4 in northeast Illinois and portions of Lake Michigan. So once again, it'll be a wait and see process here and see how these storms interact with the environment and the MCV. Looking on radar, they only continue to strengthen here over both the lake and Illinois. In fact, a new severe thunderstorm warning popped up for portions of Illinois as well. So these storms haven't really shown any signs of weakening. They've only continued to strengthen here. So we're gonna have to be on the lookout eventually for portions of southwest Michigan. So places like Barron County, Cass County, Van Buren, Allegan, Kalamazoo, and St. Joseph, I'd be on the lookout here in the near future. But once again, we're going to focus now back east, where we have still a severe thunderstorm warning and a few special weather statements in effect.
New big power just came in on the north side of Oscoda. A couple sprinkled into the south near Osable. And you can see this is at 3:07-ish was when it was first reported. So that was right when these yellow pixels moved right through the Oscoda region. So it goes to show you that what is showing on radar is confirmed happening at the surface. There's 3:07 right there. So the front edge of that gustiness is in Oscoda at that time. So big power outage came in from Oscoda. Tawas City also continuing to sprinkle in power outages all the way down towards Glenwood Beach. All gray. All got hit pretty hard this afternoon, as well as back off to the west into Gladwin County, Ogama County. Roscommon County got hit pretty hard as well. You have sprinkled outages in Midland County and even into Clare and Isabella County, which is part of West Michigan. The new outages of 5 minutes ago northeast of Greenville. There's no storm.
Greenville.
There's no storm there.
It could be just something random planned or
It is along the boundary, but there's no storm. It is between
okay.
Greenville and Sheridan at 319, and there's no storm there. So that's must be something else. Drew, that severe thunderstorm warning approaching Chicago is considerable as well. I don't know if you mentioned that.
Yeah. No,
So,
I did not. I didn't look.
so that is
Did you mention
70
a
mile per hour wind
barrage
gusts.
in Oscoda?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Once again, guys, we now have up to nearly 28,000 people without power, and we're honestly expecting that number to go up, in my opinion. With the remaining storms here, we have another power outage that just came in by Glenwood Beach here. About nearly 1,000 people lost power there. And once again, I would not be shocked to see more power outages coming in Southwest Michigan. We won't be able to use Consumers Energy right away. That's just not their coverage, but we have other means where we can see power outages. There's other power companies that are in Southwest Michigan. But regardless here, I would definitely be on the lookout here for these storms in Illinois. They look rather strong, and they're backed by the MCV, so we're going to have to keep an eye on those storms after that line segment eventually gets out of Michigan. But we still have the thumb area, like Huron County, to be on the lookout for with this line segment, as well as portions of Saginaw County. Looks like that southern end is sub-severe, it looks like. I'm looking at Detroit radar right now. Yeah. So out of all the areas, I would say Huron County, I would still be on the lookout for. These storms could still strengthen. There is still a decent cape along this line here, as well as decent spin, as Joel was kind of mentioning in the thumb. The thumb can do some weird things, so it's something to be mindful about. As always, yeah, still 3,000, 3,500, even a pocket of that ahead of that line. It does look like it is a little bit capped and less instability in the northern portions of the thumb, but still, storm juice nevertheless, so still expect storms in the thumb.
Good news is, even though the bottom bar says we're still in a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like all our warnings have expired.
Yes. Yeah, the warning's gone. There's a special marine warning in Lake Michigan for more Illinois and Indiana, but portions of our side of the lake as well. I'll take a peek at what that's for here. It's in effect for 2 hours and 2 minutes. Wind gusts in excess of 50 knots is the main concern with those cells over Lake Michigan currently. Yeah, I'm looking briefly here at Illinois, and there are very strong winds in Aurora, Illinois. Easily can see why they went considerable with that warning.
Gusty winds moving into Freeland and Auburn back here in Michigan right now, Bay County. But only statemented for 40 mile per hour winds. Believe we're going to take this opportunity to hop off for now and come back for part 2 coverage, Drew, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Not sure how if anything in the thumb is going to get warned or if that's just going to go statemented. Let's go ahead and go to the Detroit radar just to double check on the winds. Gaylord radar. Yeah, the heaviest of the winds appear like they're going to be going just north of Huron County, so we should be good to hop off for now. Again, we'll be back for part 2 coverage as these storms redevelop further to the southwest. I actually need to eat before something goes live again. Unfortunately, probably going to trigger something. It's probably going to trigger the live stream. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. But again, I haven't ate since 10 a.m. It's been like 6 hours ish. There's our severe thunderstorm watch.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Holy cow, those counties are flying by. New severe thunderstorm watch coming in. Again, there was a 60% chance of a watch. I'm getting dizzy looking at all those counties flying by. Holy cow. Goodness.
Have to see it.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. The severe thunderstorm watch though is coming in right now. Gonna read off these details before we hop off. Again, the sponsors have already been shouted out for this stream, so again, if you want to go check those out, we shout them out in the middle of the stream. Feel free to go back and screenshot them if you would like to support them. The National Weather Service has issued this severe thunderstorm watch for the counties in Michigan. So everyone listen up. Again, they were flying by on the bottom of the screen, so you can't really read them that quick. We got in West Michigan, Ottawa. This is working from north to south. Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, and Clinton. We have Allegan, Barry, Eaton, and Ingham, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Jackson, and on the border we have Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties. This severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 10 p.m. Isolated hail up to quarter size possible, scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely, and frequent lightning possible. No tornado threat there. And again, that is going to be in effect till 10 p.m. My weather radio has not gone off yet. Is it working? It is on. Huh. I don't know. Weird. I might have not set it up right. I might be in a bad signal. I'm in the corner of the house, so it's kind of tough to tell. If these storms are more supercellular, then there could be a weak tornado threat, but I believe that they're on track with the threat for just damaging winds and small hail.
Yeah,
A new severe
I just got the
thunderstorm
watch
watch
through
has
my
been
end.
issued.
Yeah, there's all the counties.
Isolate hail up to quarter size. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely, and frequent lightning possible. I will note they did say scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. So once again, that's really emphasizing that wind threat for tonight. And once again, I agree with Joel. That spin up tornado threat is still possible in my opinion, albeit it's very low, but fully cannot be ruled out. MCVs are very tricky, and they can do sneaky things with tornadoes occasionally. But once again, wind is the main focus. But yeah, the storms that are ongoing in Illinois are very strong right now. But as Joel mentioned, we'll take a brief break here so we can kind of recharge briefly, so we can grind out most likely severe weather coverage in Southwest Michigan, if I had to guess.
Absolutely. So we'll catch you guys later. Again, we're hopping off for now. I am Chief Peter Alice, Joel Fritzma, alongside Drew Brummel. Feel free to follow us on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch TV for our future live streams in terms of severe weather coverage. We'll be back for part 2 coverage, likely later this evening as the severe thunderstorm watch comes in for Southwest Michigan. Take care, everyone. We'll catch you guys soon for part 2 coverage later this evening. Take care, everybody.
See you guys.